Well, good morning. Having reached the hour of 9 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, June 16th. We will begin this morning with our flag salute led by Supervisor Duran. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Follow that up with our clerk of the board reading off the meeting procedures.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, June 16th, 2015. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all cell phones be turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, we will go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. Pardon me. Any items on consent any members of the board wish to have removed for discussion? Not seeing any lights. Any member of the public wish to have a consent item removed for discussion? I see a gentleman's hat. No, not removed. Okay, thank you. Anybody in Tahoe, anything removed for discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll entertain a motion. We have a motion, Holmes, second Duran, to approve consent. Roll call, please.
Holmes? Yes. Duran? Wygant? Euler?
Very much. Okay, moving right on to public comment. This is a time when members of the public can address the board on any item that is not on our agenda today, knowing that the board cannot take action on items raised under public comment. If you wish to address the board on an item not on our agenda, go ahead and step forward. Please try to limit your comments to approximately 3 minutes, and let us know who it is that you are before you begin your comments, if you would, please. So anybody want to address the board here in Auburn, go right on ahead.
Good morning. My name is Greg Solenko. I'm the board president for the Gathering Inn. My address is 2032 Thorncroft Lane, Roseville, California. Most of you know, because I know we've talked to you in the last few weeks, that we were not afforded the Emergency Solutions Grant this year. That cut our budgets by roughly $168,000 to $170,000. As part of that, we are in the process of reducing staff and services now to, well, scale down to fit the new budget. But part of that is, and a very integral part of what we do, is a resource center. The resource center is a safe place for the homeless. It gives them the opportunity to contact family, get showers, get medical, dental services, and, oh, by the way, up here for county services. As part of this reduction, we're going to lose about 2/3 of our case management services, which means it's going to start migrating up to you people up the hill. We figure the impact is about 500 people throughout the year. And though we are in the process of trying to raise as much funds as we can, the Resource Center costs about $80,000 of that $168 to run a year. And I'm here today just to officially and formally ask you for any financial assistance you might be able to give us. And we would gratefully appreciate that and do whatever we have to do to keep that opening so we don't impact the communities, the city of Roseville, and the county any more than we have to. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes.
So you'll be, when will you be closing the Resource Center? Which
Our close day is July 1st.
Okay, so
That's when the money runs out.
okay, good. All right, thank you, Greg.
All right. Next. Good morning.
My name is Ariana Brockman, and I'm from Loomis. I'm going to make a few comments regarding the DeWitt Center. I'm going to start off with a question. Have you ever seen a dinosaur? Not a picture of a dinosaur, not a book about a dinosaur, or a movie with dinosaurs in it, but a real, actual, living dinosaur. The answer is no, because dinosaurs are extinct. The DeWitt Center is like an endangered animal on the brink of extinction, and if you destroy it, all the young children will never know what World War II was like. All they will have left are pictures, which is a secondary source that cannot possibly convey the atmosphere and environment of a real World War II building. At least with dinosaurs, archaeologists have found bones for us to look at, and we have drawings of what they may have looked like. But if the DeWitt Center is demolished, we will have nothing left of it or its history. To truly understand what life was like in World War II, we need authentic and real 1940s medical centers, patient wards, theaters, gymnasiums, and chapels needed for soldiers' recoveries. Unlike the dinosaurs who went extinct 65 million years ago, the DeWitt Center is not gone forever, and it doesn't have to be. The buildings aren't useless. It consists of a theater, gym, old army barracks turned into office spaces, and a chapel serving some of the community's spiritual needs, as well as a senior center. We can control the fate of this endangered species. It is up to us to help save and preserve this piece of history for our future so that it can be remembered and studied forever. We need to give this endangered animal the push in the right direction to make sure it does not go extinct.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Appreciate you being here.
Ramona Brockman, Loomis, California. My motivation for my comments today was generated from the last supervisor meeting where Supervisor Duran made a comment that his interpretation was that the county was handed a lemon when the DeWitt Center got handed down from the state to the county. But as you know, I myself and others feel differently, and my motivation and message and purpose for both saving our community's library and the DeWitt Center are that these buildings are not only important to each community's history, they also currently provide meaningful functions to their community, and with some foresight and careful creative planning, they can continue to benefit their communities and can become key components to sustainability. Libraries, large and small, across the United States are undergoing creative and careful planned transitions to meet the needs of the 21st century, just like they have transformed themselves throughout history to serve their populations. The Loomis community, as you know, is now undergoing a study to carefully look at how it can become sustainable, and we're looking to other places as case studies. The DeWitt Center is also at the brink of transformation. It too must be carefully planned to meet its community's needs and interests and respect the contribution its history has made to the Auburn area. I've also found a case study of a similar condition of a historic property near LA in the Whittier community. And that particular property actually was a historic juvenile detention center, so it was very similar in a campus setting with old buildings. But lucky for them, the community found a developer who was very interested in not only preserving key historic buildings, also developing the remainder of the property into a very sensitive mixed-use design. So we can do the same. Libraries and historic structures are not lemons. They are just needing to be carefully crafted into lemonade.
Thank you. Anybody else here in Auburn wish to address the board? Sir, go ahead and step on up, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Labrie. Maybe one of you recognize me as the former city clerk of Auburn. I was there for 12 years. And I am really angry because of what the city of Auburn has done with Costco. First of all, they wanted extra money from the Costco, from revenue from Costco, which they're not entitled to. So then they decide, well, we're going to sue Placer County. So that doesn't work. So then they decide to sue Placer County for the environmental impact. They really, but they didn't complain about Target when they came in. They didn't complain about Home Depot when they came in. And they're not complaining about Walmart if it ever comes in. The city is incompetent. They brag about their budget, about they pat themselves on the back, how well they're doing, but they can't manage their own budget. They spent over $1 million. This is a little hick town, right? They spent $1 million on consultant fees over a 2-year period from 2010 to 2012. Never once did they never once did they question any of those consultant fees. Every single one was on the consent calendar, every one of them. And then these so-called consultants come back a month or two later and they say, oh, that wasn't enough money. $50,000 consultant for a sidewalk. $150,000 consultant for resurfacing the airport runway and installing lights. Do they really need consultants for that? Why not ask other airports in the state who are similar size and similar everything? What did they do to resurface their runways? I'm just furious. Everybody I talk to about Costco is furious. They're furious. I have yet to see somebody that was against it. First of all, Costco, everybody who works for Costco makes about $20 an hour or more. That's the average, right? And if you want, and they'll put nobody out of business, nobody, and nobody will lose their jobs because if Costco came in, because if you go to Costco and you want to shop for a toaster, they have one. If you want a microwave, they have two. If you want a shirt, they have two. All right? And no matter what it is, they don't have enough. They don't have a selection. But whatever they have is always really good. And it just pisses me off. They're just. I hope that you ask Costco to please reconsider coming to Auburn, because the people want it and they deserve it. I mean, if you can have a Target and you can have a Home Depot, you can certainly have a Costco.
Thank you much for your comments. Appreciate it.
There's a lot more I could say, but
Thank you.
thank you.
Anybody else here in Auburn want to top that? All right, we'll go ahead on up to Tahoe. Ms. Waller, good morning.
Good morning. Ellie Waller, North Tahoe West Area Plan team member and Tahoe Vista resident. As you know, our area plan has been released and the NOP is out for comment through August 3rd. I was very surprised not to see the Board of Supervisors or our Planning Commission having hearings on that. Yes, we're having workshops. In fact, there are 2 scheduled for today. It does not suffice for public comment before the decision makers, and I'm hoping your July meeting will agendize this and possibly have the Planning Commission have a special meeting here before the August 3rd comment deadline. I'll make one specific comment today on the NOP that is out. I was very surprised to see a project in an ordinance zoning document proposal for the environmental documentation. I think that the pilot project in Tahoe City, the Tahoe City Lodge, should have been put on an agenda before the public, before it went out on this NOP. I'm not saying it's a bad project. It's a much needed project at the Hendrickson site, but to have the county subsidize a project through environmental analysis should have been discussed in public before it was put out in this NOP. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Is there anybody else in Tahoe that wishes to comment publicly? No? All right. We'll go ahead and close public comment, bring back any supervisor committee reports. All right, seeing no supervisor committee reports and having a minute or two before our 9:20 timed item, we'll go ahead and take our first department item as soon as I can get there in the agenda, which is administrative services procurement, temporary staffing services, HR management. Morning.
Chairman Euler, Supervisors. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. With me is Ms. April Pay, one of the buyers in the procurement division. Item 11A is a request for your approval of an RFP for countywide temporary staffing services with HR Management, Inc. out of Oakland, California, in the maximum amount of $600,000 for the period of July 1st of 2015 through December 31st of 2016. It also contains a request to approve options to renew that contract for two additional one-year terms, as long as the maximum amount does not exceed 10% of that awarded amount of $600,000. With Ms. Pay will provide some background as to the RFP process, and then we're happy to stand for any questions you have.
Good morning. As you probably know, county departments have an occasional need for temporary staffing, usually for administrative or accounting positions. And the elections office also has a need for temporary staff during their general and special elections. The county's current contract for those services will expire on June 30th. Personnel and Elections assisted procurement in developing a new RFP to establish a new contract. The RFP was advertised on procurement's website, and notices were sent to 72 potential staffing firms. 39 of those firms downloaded the RFP, and 2 proposals were received. The proposals were evaluated by a 5-person panel, and both firms were interviewed. At the conclusion of the interviews, the panel determined that HR Management of Oakland, California, submitted the best proposal. As a result, your board's approval is requested to execute a blanket purchase order with HR Management in the amount of $600,000 for the period of July 1, 2015 to December 31st, 2016. And with that, I entertain your questions.
Questions by board members. Supervisor Graham.
Yeah, is this a clean proposal? There's no bid protests or anything?
There were no protests.
Thank you.
And no other questions by board members. Any members of the public wish to address the board on this item prior to the board taking action?
Michael Garabedian, live in Loomis. I wonder if we could have part of the explanation or report about this, an understanding of how these jobs would be made available to people in Placer County in terms of advertising, or through county personnel if that's the case, and how we would know the outcome of how well they do in employing people in Placer County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So understanding the traditional staffing model as I do, anybody who's interested in a position that might possibly become vacated here at the county that would be used by or filled by the staffing agency, they would simply need to register with that staffing agency, hopefully have the skill set looked for by the county, be it the elections department when it comes to canvassing envelopes and doing all those things, or whichever departments utilize those services. There are somewhere in the neighborhood of 53,000 different staffing agencies nationwide. So this just happens to be one of them that has a number of different locations in Northern California that I'm a little surprised only 2 companies actually responded to the RFP. That's a fairly significant drop rate, 39 that opened, but if you know of anybody that's interested in possibly filling out one of those temporary positions, they simply need to register with that staffing company. That's how that works. Any other questions or comments by members of the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. We have a motion, Holmes, and a second, Duran. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None. Thank you very much. And let's go ahead and move on to your second item, please.
Thank you. Item 11B is a request to approve an RFP for short-term crisis residential treatments for 2 YOLO Community Care Continuum of Davis, California, in the maximum amount of $2,197,216 for the period of July 1st of 2015 through June 30th of 2017. This is funded by the Health and Human Services requested budget for fiscal year 2015-16 and 16-17. This also contains a request to approve renewals for 2 additional 2-year terms, provided the renewal amounts do not exceed an aggregate of 10% of the recommended contract amount over the total time, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the resulting contract and any amendments that there are. Stay.
The Department of Health and Human Services manages a short-term crisis residential treatment center at the Kirby Hills campus. The facility can accommodate up to 14 persons and provides live-in treatment for county residents who are diagnosed with mental health disorders. Services are currently provided by a contract operator, and that contract will expire on June 30th. HHS and procurement developed an RFP to award a new contract for these services for the next 2-year period. The RFP was advertised on procurement's website, and invitations were sent to 61 potential service providers. 30 firms downloaded the RFP, and 3 proposals were received. Those proposals were evaluated by a 6-person panel. The top 2 firms were interviewed, and as a result, the panel recommended that the contract be awarded to YOLO Community Care Continuum of Davis. Your board's approval is requested to execute a 2-year contract for the period July 1, 2015 through June 30th of 2017 in the maximum amount of $2,197,216. And with that, we stand for your questions.
Okay, questions by board members. Supervisor Holmes.
I believe that we've had a long-term contract with this organization, and so we've had a pretty good track record with them. Is that correct? Maybe.
Yes, they have provided other services to the county, and HHS has reported to procurement that those services were delivered satisfactorily.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Supervisor Durant.
Can anticipate my question. Is everything clean on the
No
award?
protests, sir.
All right. Seeing no other questions by board members, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item prior to us taking action? And seeing none, what's the pleasure? Motion Holmes, second Duran. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move to our
Thank you.
Thank you. Our 9:20 timed item. This is a SEGRA item regarding the establishment of an agricultural preserve and Williamson Act contract.
Good morning, Chairman, before you go. And board members. E.J. Avaldi with the Planning Services Division. This morning I'd like to introduce Nikki Strigan, who is one of our newest members of the Planning Division, and she'll be presenting the item on the new Williamson Act contract.
Good morning. The board is being asked to adopt a resolution to create a new agricultural preserve and Williamson Act contract for a 31.8-acre parcel located at 9455 Ore Creek Lane in North Auburn. It's approximately 2 miles west of Highway 49 near Bell Road. The applicant is requesting an approval that supports the creation of an ag preserve on a piece of property that they purchased in 2014 and have actually ranched since 1974 when they originally started a lease on the property. Current ag uses include cattle raising and the production and sale of hay. Staff presented to the Ag Commission earlier this year, and the Commission unanimously approved a motion to recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the establishment of this ag preserve. So in accordance with the Commission's recommendations, staff requests of the Board adopt a resolution creating Ag Preserve PLN 1400155 and authorize the Chair to execute the contract based on the following findings: that the creation of the Ag Preserve is categorically exempt from environmental review, that the Ag Preserve is consistent with the goals and policies of the Placer County General Plan and the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan, and that the Agricultural Preserve is consistent with the requirements of the California Land Conservation Act and the Placer County Williamson Act Ordinance. And this concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Any questions, comments by board members? Mr. Holmes.
It's my understanding that that property is out next to the Taylor Ranch, which is preserved from Placer Land Trust, and it's adjacent to that. Is that right? That's right. That's right. I know it is. It is. I know it is. Right.
plus other acres of land in Williamson Act contract currently.
Okay, good. So it just makes sense to do this.
Any other questions, comments? Are there any, this is a public hearing, so I'll open up the public hearing to anyone from the public who'd like to address this issue. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. Been moved and seconded to approve staff recommendation regarding the Williamson Act contract. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Supervisor Wygant. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to our 925 timed items, facility services item regarding the annexation of property into SMD 1.
Good morning, Chairman Mueller. Members of your board, I'm Kevin Bell. I'm the Environmental Engineering Program Manager with Facility Services. I'm here this morning to request your board hold a public hearing to consider annexation of parcel 076-262-003-000 into Sewer Maintenance District 1. The property is located on Christian Valley Road in North Auburn. James and Emily Hare are requesting to annex the 1.31 acre parcel in order to connect to the public sewer. If approved, the applicant will be required to pay the annexation fee in effect at the time that they choose to make payment, and the current fee is $6,344 per potential lot. This is one lot, so the total will be $6,344 if they choose to pay at the current rate. Staff supports this request, and in order to move forward, I request that your board hold a public hearing, and at the end of the hearing, adopt the resolution included in the staff report to annex parcel 076-262-003-000 into Sewer Maintenance District 1. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions your board has.
Board members have any questions of staff prior to convening the public hearing? Supervisor Wygant, your light's still on. I don't know if that's just a result of you having to play the role. All right, seeing no board members with questions, any members of the public, this will be your time because we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for action. We have a motion, Holmes, a second Rand, to approve the annexation into Sewer Maintenance District Number 1. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None. Thank you very much. And we are just a minute shy of being able to take our 9:30 item, so let's go ahead and jump to our next department item, which should be Health and Human Services. So we have a whole host of HHS. So you know what? We're going to hold off on that. Let's go ahead and take the 9:30. Our staff will be slow in starting the presentation so that by the time we actually begin the presentation, it'll be 9:30, and then we'll go ahead and, okay, looks like it's 9:30 by my clock. Let's go ahead and start.
Ready, go.
Yeah.
Good morning. The Morgan Knolls Residential Subdivision is a 16.4 acre project located in southwest Placer County. As you can see, it's over Highway 80, west of Highway 80, north of the Sacramento County border. By the way, I'm Lisa Carnahan with Planning.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning.
Appreciate that.
Site is located across the Willarga from Riola Vineyards, and it's surrounded by the Hidden Crossing subdivision, which is currently under construction. The proposed project would require an amendment to the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan. When the community plan was adopted in 1990, they had low-density residential land use designations, high-density residential, but no medium density. So this project would fall within that 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre medium-density residential land use. Therefore, the applicant is requesting an amendment to the community plan to allow for the creation of that medium-density residential land use designation. Planning Commission determined that the inclusion would address a density of residential development for which there is a demand in the market, and that the new land designation would create a density that's consistent with the surrounding residential neighborhoods. The project has split zoning and currently is commercial and low-density residential, and they're requesting a rezone to Res Ag with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. Again, the commission felt that the the proposed zoning is consistent with the land use and zoning that's around the site. Under the current zoning, just so for information, there could be approximately 210 residential units that would be developed. Under the proposed plan, there would only be 61 residential units developed. So it is it's bringing in a less intensive use than could be developed. Here's the proposed tentative map. The main access point, it's a little light, but this main access point would be off of Walerga. It'd be a right-in, right-out only. The streets would connect on the north and the east sides to the adjacent hidden crossing subdivision, essentially creating one subdivision with regards to traffic and circulation patterns. Whenever we look at a rezone, we look at the compatibility with the surrounding parcels, and as you can see here in yellow is the proposed Morgan Knolls, and it does tie in nicely with the hidden crossing subdivision, and the proposed density is almost identical to the parcel J, or now it's called Mariposa, that's across the street. And we have high-density residential down here. So it is compatible with the surrounding area. A mitigated neg deck was prepared for this project, and an errata was included and is attached to your staff report. It was just to further clarify park fees and annexation of the project into the PCWA Zone 1. There were no additional environmental impacts. Lastly, the project is requesting a variance to increase the maximum building coverage to offer larger single-story homes. So it's only for 20 lots on lots that are less than 7,500 square feet, and they're requesting a change from the currently adopted 40% to 50%. And with that, staff forwards the recommendation of the and associated findings of the Planning Commission as listed on pages 42 to 44 of your board packets, which includes the adoption of the mitigated neg deck, errata, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adoption of the resolution to amend the community plan to include the medium-density residential land use designation, adopt the resolution to the community plan to change the land use designation of the project site to medium-density residential, adopt an ordinance to rezone the project site to Res Ag with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet, and lastly, to approve a variance to increase the maximum lot coverage from 40 to 50% on a maximum of 20 lots, and on those lots are 7,500 square feet or less. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions by board members? Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I happened to attend the MAC meeting, and there appeared to be very little in the form of discussion or opposition. I think one of the things that was discussed was the commercial aspect, but there is no commercial out there presently, correct? Except for a church, I think, on one corner. Mm-hmm. Is that right? And now, we're in a drought. Speak to the water issue, and maybe the applicant might want to come up and talk to that as well. Where are they pulling their water from? Is there enough water for them for this project?
There is. It's going to be served by CalAm through PCWA. They have to annex into the PCWA, but CalAm has already issued a will serve letter for the project.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. No other comments by board members. Thank you. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing in consideration of the modification here. Any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. We're being asked to, bring it back to the board and close the public hearing. We're being asked to take a number of actions. They include adopting the mitigating neg deck and the errata, the monitoring and reporting program as well, adopt the resolution approving the amendment to the Dry Creek Community Plan, adopt the resolution approving the amendment to the Director Agreement behind to change the land use designation on the assessor's parcel number so noted in our board packet. Also adopt the ordinance rezoning the assessor's parcel number so noted in our packet. Approve the tentative subdivision map for the creation of the 61 lots and the conditions of approval, as well as approve a variance to increase the maximum lot coverage once currently adopted at 40% up to 50%. County Council, did I leave anything out there?
And to adopt the findings on pages 6 to 8 of the staff report.
Well, of course, we always adopt the findings. That goes without saying. All right, thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion, Supervisor Duran, and a second by Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. We go ahead and move on. Can't stretch to our 9:45, so now we'll go ahead and jump back to our Health and Human Services item that we were about to take.
Chairman Euler, members of the board, good morning. I'm Rebecca Malott. I'm the Director of Administration for Health and Human Services. I'm before you today to request adoption of two resolutions, which was formerly known as our super resolution process, authorizing the Director or Assistant Director of Health and Human Services in partnership with CEO, County Council, and Risk Management to execute 44 identified agreements, sign subsequent amendments, submit applications, accept grant funding, and execute revenue contracts and non-monetary cooperative agreements. The super resolution process is a time and money-saving arrangement first approved by the Board of Supervisors on October 23, 2001. For the past 14 years, this process has been utilized to create efficiencies and redirect much-needed resources from administrative overhead to client service delivery. While this process has been very successful, HHS, County Council, and CEO worked very closely to further refine the resolution language this year to aid the ease of interpretation. The conclusion was to break out the single resolution to two more distinct resolutions. The HHS annual contract resolution identifies specific expenditure contracts to renew and is structured as the same as the portion of the combined super reso in the past. All executed agreements will remain within 10% of the prior term's annual amount and will allow for a potential change of no more than 10% for subsequent amendments. The following criteria were used to select the 44 identified agreements. Recurring agreements with an annual contract amount of less than $400,000 each, originally approved as standalone items by the Board of Supervisors, executed with effective beginning dates during fiscal year 15-16, and do not currently require a competitive bid or proposal process. For 15-16, these agreements total $3.7 million and are funded 68% through outside sources such as federal and state revenue and 32% with general fund. All contract costs and offsetting revenues are included in HHS's fiscal year 15-16 requested budget. The revenue and cooperative agreement resolution, which is also structured the same as this portion of the past combined resolution, would authorize the department to submit applications, execute revenue contracts, and accept grant funding of less than $400,000, and execute non-monetary cooperative agreements such as memoranda of understanding. This authorization continues to grant HHS the flexibility to quickly respond to much-needed revenue opportunities that would otherwise not be attainable due to procedural timelines. On a final note, approval of these resolutions in no way obligates the county to move forward with any individual contract agreement should programmatic needs or funding change. This action simply continues to support the effective procedures that assist us in providing timely implementation of necessary services to the residents of Placer County. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board members have any questions on the administrative action that we're being asked to authorize? Seeing no board member questions, any members of the public have any questions on this prior to the board taking action? All right, it's a pleasure of the board. We have a motion by again, second Holmes on item 12A. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. 12B, please.
Good
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Maureen Bowman with the Adult System of Care. This morning I have 4 contracts. We'll see how far we go at this point. The first is a continuing contract with the California Forensic Medical Group, probation, and I believe the sheriff is here in this room to bring this forward to you. It is a recommendation from the 3 departments. We're asking to take the following actions regard to inmate health care services with the California Forensic Medical Group. A, to approve a contract in the amount of $5,315,880 plus per diem rate of $4.82 per day for each inmate or minor in excess of a combined population of 640, a no net county cost from July 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2016. And authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign subsequent amendments up to 5% of the total contract amount, consistent with the current agreement's subject matter and scope of work. In addition, we're asking you to approve an option to extend this contract for an additional 1-year period through a written amendment, and upon giving 90 days written notice to CFMG prior to the beginning of the 1-year extension, we would be able at county discretion to apply a medical care consumer price index to the cost of the service and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the extension. So just a little bit of background. Inmate health care services is required for the Placer County Jail and juvenile detention facilities, and they do include primary medical care, dental care, pharmaceuticals, mental health services, acute hospital care, and specialty care to a current population of approximately 610 adult inmates and 30 juvenile wards. The contract has a base of 640 adult inmates and juvenile wards, but it can be expanded to reach the actual jail capacity through the use of a per diem charge on actual census each quarter. The new contract continues the programmatic terms of the current contract that expired on June 30th, 2015. I would note that that contract was put in place for 9 months. That was specifically to get that aligned with the fiscal year, and so we're comparing a 9-month contract to a 12-month contract in terms of the increase. The actual increase of the contract was based on the CPI increase of 2.54%. It's an agreement we have with CFMG to use that increased CPI annually. This has been a long-term, high-performing contractor in Placer County, and as evidenced by their ability to obtain and retain the Institute of Medical Quality certification for the jail. We have had discussions with procurement about the timing of a request for proposal for the services of this continued proposed service. Because the jail has been expanding with the South Placer facility, it's been recommended by procurement that any sort of RFP process be delayed until the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility and the Auburn facility combined reach a stable inmate population size, so that when we do the RFP, we'll maximize the effectiveness of the competitive population. So we've been standing by for a while, and when that gets stable, then we will proceed with an RFP process. Expected to take about a year to complete it. It'll be a major piece. So again, funding for this cost, $5,315,880, is what the base amount is. We estimate the per diem to be $53,000 in the next fiscal year. It's fully funded in the Sheriff and Probation's Department 15-16 proposed budgets, and is fully funded by the Public Safety Fund. With that, I would recommend approval, but happy to answer any questions.
Questions by board members? Seeing none, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? All right, what's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion by Holmes, and was it Holmes or Duran? I'm sorry, motion by Duran, second by Holmes, to approve item 12B. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Please go ahead and continue on to C.
All right. Sorry, you surprised me. Second is a request to approve the First Amendment with Turning Point Community Programs in the amount of $959,229, specifically to increase medication support services. It's a 2-year contract, so that'll revise the 2-year contract amount to a total of $6,840,498. Of that total amount, $494,000 is county general fund. Placer County has contracted with Turning Point since 2008 to provide an array of intensive mental health outpatient services to residents with severe mental illness who are at high risk of psychiatric hospitalization and involvement. In addition, they have been providing medication support services that's critical to clients for their improved well-being, and they also provide psychiatrists and psychiatric nurse practitioners to augment the services of Placer County where there are vacancies, and that has proved to be a cost-effective alternative and a great assistance to us. As you know, we've been having challenges hiring psychiatrists. As a result of the increased needs in both ASOC and CSOC for medication support, the needs for use of this service has been increased. The cost is obviously as a result of having capacity because we don't have filled positions, so there is no real increased cost. CSAC lost a significant amount of services when a federally qualified health center discontinued offering services of medication to quite a number of children. So when they had responsibility for that, it increased they had to like 50% increase the number of children they were seeing. And ASAC has actually had 2 vacancies, one in our health facility, psychiatric health facility, and one in outpatient, leaving us with 2,600 patients that needed medication services. So with these increases, the amount of increase that we're proposing with Turning Point will actually address those 2 needs. The increase for 14-15 is $263,000, and that the increase for next year is a total of $303,864, of which that amount was included in the 15-16 proposed budget, and $150,000 will be included in the final budget adjustments. A general fund is $160,000 in the current year and $334,000 in 15-16. So with that, I would recommend approval and would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Duran has a question?
I think her last comment.
Okay, that took care of it. Great, thank you. All right, any members of the public? And what's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion, Holmes, and a second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and continue your other 2.
The third contract is again an amendment. This is with Sierra Mental Wellness Group. And this is specifically an amendment to adjust between budget lines, modify the scope of work to include infrequent critical incident debriefing counseling support, and increase the psychiatrist medication management billing rate from $4.40 per minute to $5.56 per minute. This will not change the total contract amount of $1,829,756, which is in place for the period of October 1st, 2014 to June 30th, 2016. And we are also requesting to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment and subsequent amendments not to exceed 10% of the contract amount, consistent with the current agreement, subject matter, and scope of work. Sierra Mental Wellness Group does provide ongoing crisis services in Placer County, as well as they are the provider for adult services in the Tahoe region and do provide the specialty care in lieu of the county up there. They have not provided psychiatrist services before, and so I believe when they first estimated the cost of that care, they were a little bit under, and they are making an adjustment. They're going to use telepsychiatry, which we think is a good alternative, and so we think the increased cost is reasonable in terms of looking at the options. So with that, we do know that we're looking at crisis evaluations and that those numbers are growing, but at this point, we expect to continue the contract as is with those modifications. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and recommend approval.
I see no questions by board members. Any questions from members of the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. We have a motion, Holmes, and a second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Record reflect that Supervisor Duran is temporarily absent. We'll go ahead and move to your last contract item, please.
Excellent, thank you. The fourth contract is a request to approve an agreement with the Telecare Corporation to operate the Placer County Psychiatric Health Facility and to provide acute psychiatric services to residents requiring psychiatric stabilization and treatment. This is a 1-year contract, July 1st, 15 through June 30th, 16, for a total amount of $4,415,259. This net county cost is $1,854,409. And to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed 5% of the contract amount, consistent with the current agreement, subject matter, and scope of work. There's no increase of this contract amount over the previous year. The PUF is a critical part of our continuum of mandated health care services provided to Placer County residents. The acute care hospital provides necessary life-saving and stabilizing care for adults who are suffering from severe mental disorders and are really unable to provide for their own safety or the safeties of others or their basic needs and require 24 supervised care and treatment. Placer County has contracted with Telecare since 2001, and in 2010, Telecare was again successful in a bid process for this program. So we feel like they have affirmed that they're the best corporation to provide the services in Placer County. They provided 5,256 days of service in 13-14. 94% of those admitted did not require rehospitalization, 30 days post-hospitalization. So we are pleased with the services that we are getting. 42% of the expenditures is required to be county general fund, as I mentioned. And with that, I would answer any questions people have, but would be recommending approval of the contract.
Okay, I see no questions from members of the board. Any member of the public have a question on this modification? Seeing none, I'm sorry, it's not a modification, no agreement. Seeing none, we'll bring back to the board. Second. Motion, Holmes, second, Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Maureen, thank you. And now we'll jump back to our 9:45 timed item. This is a Cedar item regarding the Pond Pavilion and Lofts Amendment to Granite Bay Community Plan Rezone, parcel map, conditional use permit, and variances. Mr. Valdi, Schaefer, Mr. Schaefer.
All right, Mr. Roy Schaefer is here to present this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schaefer, good morning.
Thank you. This is a Granite Bay Community Plan Amendment to rezone a parcel map, conditional use permit, and variances for the Pond Pavilion and Loft project. The site is on the south side of Douglas Boulevard, just east of the Quarry Ponds development. And you're seeing a couple things. To the east is the Barton Road, and then a little bit to the west, going north, is Berg Street. And again, the site is a 5.2 acre parcel east of Quarry Ponds. The general community plan amendment is currently zoned rural residential 2.3 acre minimum to 4.6 acre minimum, and the proposed land use is to the professional office designation, and the zoning would change from RAB 100 PD 0.44 to office and professional with a DC design scenic corridor part of the zone district. This shows a site plan, and at the middle area is the Craftsman Loft buildings, and there's approximately 23,662 square foot, and there's a building A on the left, building B on the right, and then in the bottom south east corner is the Pond Pavilion, the commercial event center, which is approximately 7,500 square foot. It shows the parking, 181 parking spaces on the property and the access road, and also in the perimeter areas and around the parking lots is would be proposed to be landscaped. This shows the loft elevations. It's preliminary elevations, and what is required by the design review process and the Douglas corridor is to have a craftsman-style village concept along the Douglas corridor, and their proposed elevations would meet that criteria. And this is the Pond Pavilion elevations, preliminary elevations again. The action requested today is that the board conduct a public hearing, adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring program, and approve the resolution for the amendment of the Granite Bay Community Plan, approve the ordinance for the rezone, approve the tentative map, and approve the conditional use permit and conditions of approval to allow for a commercial event center and for the two Craftsman Loft building, and then also to approve the 3 variance requests. And on page 156 to 159 of the board packet is the action requested, and the findings are attached to those actions. And that concludes the staff report for planning.
And Roy, the recommendation of the MAC and the Planning Commission?
Yes, there was a 4-2 vote for the MAC on January 7th to approve the project. And also the Planning Commission made recommendations for all of these items to the Board of Supervisors. They made recommendations to approve these.
Okay, thank you very much. On that. Okay, if that concludes the staff report at this time, prior to the applicant stepping forward, are there any questions or comments by board members? Seeing none, let's go ahead and have the applicant, if the applicant would like to make a comment or two prior to opening up to the public.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen, and Ms. Holman. So my name is Lisa Powers. I am the developer of this project, and I purchased this parcel in 1996, nearly 19 years ago. It was originally intended as a spot to move the boat storage facility to, but time has moved on, as we all know. The use intended in the requests that are in front of you is so that we can have a quality commercial event pavilion on the pond front, providing public and community use. By community, I mean broader than merely the Granite Bay community. And also to have, in terms of support of the project for the rent roll, having a rent roll by the office professional use of the Craftsman Lofts, because anyone or most people are unable to get construction financing for an event pavilion, mainly because it has irregular tenancy and irregular uses. So that was the original use. By combining the lofts was to counterbalance the perhaps financial insecurity of having an event pavilion per se. The event pavilion would provide a much-needed resource to the community. Currently, most of the event pavilions in the immediate area are busy year-round. There are two that are closest to us. One is the Granite Bay Golf Club, and the other is the Flower Farm Inn on Auburn Folsom Road, and they're both very busy. I also have felt for quite some time that with the vista that we have, and in your packets, as well as I think, do we have a slide of the rendering from the south side, Roy? Probably not. But in your packet, you can see the rendering of the pavilion from looking across the pond. It's a very beautiful facility, and it has approximately 7,800 square feet on the inside, 47 or 4,800 of which is event area alone, and the other 2,700 square feet are the kitchen, the administrative, the restrooms, the bride fainting room, we call it, and other features that you need. The adjoining plaza is 9,750 feet and would provide the opportunity for people to have a wedding ceremony out there, as well as to then have a champagne toast and then perhaps go inside and have a seated dinner for up to 358 guests maximum, as your documents indicate. So the Planning Commission hearing was very interesting, I thought. It went on for nearly 3 hours, and there were a lot of questions asked and answered by everyone that was present. And in the end, we were all a little surprised to find that all 7 of the commissioners approved everything on a unanimous basis. The points that came up that were most discussed were operation of the facility of the event pavilion, not of the lofts. The lofts are seen as fairly benign in terms of a use. And the second issue was the impact of traffic. And if anyone has any questions about traffic, both entering the project, leaving the project, we have Ken Anderson, our traffic consultant, with us here today. And we also have one of our noise experts, Walt Gebauer, here today to talk about noise, and I'll let them speak if there are any questions. But in the end, the Planning Commission said, in summary, that it thought that the rezone of the parcel was more appropriate for office professional use than it was for residential use, which is what it's currently zoned as. And secondly, it found that the pavilion had a public benefit. So unless anyone has any question, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Supervisor Durant.
Yeah, I'll just ask staff the question. Are you satisfied with the traffic study and all of the other concerns?
We are.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Now, I see no other questions from board members. Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and open this up to the public. We'll go ahead and formally open the public hearing. Any member of the public wish to address the board on this item, go ahead and please step forward, identify yourself, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Arlene Keeley, and I live in Granite Bay. I just wanted to say a few things because I would like to ask you to not approve this proposal. The first thing I would like to say is I just heard the applicant mentioned about other event centers are not close by. That's not correct. There's an event center that is at the Lutheran Church along Douglas Boulevard, and it is within a half mile, if that, of this proposed event center. And I've attended that location on several occasions. So there is one right close by. The main reason why I have big concerns of this development is the project does not fit being situated on Douglas Boulevard. Douglas Boulevard is a traffic corridor that the county designed to move traffic from Highway 80 to Highway 50 at a high rate of speed. The route is fast-moving to efficiently move traffic through Granite Bay in order to keep non-local traffic using neighborhood streets. An event center specifically causes a large amount of vehicles to converge at a single location at the same time. Events of 100 guests will probably cause 75 vehicles to converge. Events of 200 guests will see approximately 150 cars. I regularly observe traffic moving on Douglas, approaching Quarry Ponds. And I see the traffic adjust when cars are attempting to enter the parking lot at Quarry Ponds. I see people trying to cut and seem to not be aware of the slowdown. And I see this happen when there's only one or two vehicles when they're entering this parking lot. So installing an event center type use is not suitable along Douglas Boulevard. The parcel is not large enough to construct a way to handle 55-mile-per-hour traffic safely and without causing the pass-through traffic to use alternative routes through our neighborhood. And I live in one of the neighborhoods that are right near this event center, and we see people trying to use our neighborhood streets when there is construction going on. So something like this would definitely cause traffic, would affect how the traffic will move along Douglas. The other concern that people had, was the noise. And this was a very, was noise. Could I say one more thing? Okay. Because residents already are affected by noise at the restaurants at Quarry Ponds. And what the mitigation was basically to have the event operator, we would have to trust that the event operator would operate properly. And so we felt that that was not enough protection against the residents. And then the other thing was...
Arlene, if we could please wrap it up.
Oh, okay.
We have others.
And the other two things were that the signage, there's a multi-tenant signage that the applicant is asking for, and that requires a variance. And the applicant could just go along with what is now in the community plan. And the other thing is to change the zoning from residential to commercial requires a community plan amendment. And this project is asking for so many changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arlene. Just for clarification, staff, the recommended modification for residential is to what?
Office professional with a design corridor.
Right, not commercial, correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. All right, anybody else wish to address this? Yes, good morning.
My name is Jane Negri, and I live at 4502 Olive Ranch Road in Columbia. And I'm speaking today for Sandy Harris and our Granite Bay Community Association, and I'm going to talk real fast. The project requests a GPA to change from residential to commercial zoning. The project is in the heart of low-density housing. The only commercial is directly adjacent to the project. The nursery across the street is agricultural, and the church on the north is very community-focused and very low-key. The zoning south, north, east, and west is low-density residential. Low density. The existing commercial was grandfathered in and has been there for decades. Generally, it is considered good planning when residential is buffered by offices that usually close at 6 p.m. and there's no activity on the weekends. This project is just the opposite, as it will open frequently at night and be open on all weekends. The report indicates that this would be an appropriate use of the land, given it is situated along Douglas Boulevard corridor. However, in our Granite Bay Community Plan, one of the important policies in the land use section is to retain commercial centers in and adjacent to the intersections of Sierra College and Douglas Boulevard and Auburn Folsom Road and Douglas Boulevard. And we do have empty facilities there. This seems to be a misunderstanding about our community design for Douglas Boulevard. Our community plan states Douglas Boulevard is one of the major access corridors to Granite Bay area and the Folsom Lake State Recreation Area. It is designed as a scenic corridor within the Placer County Scenic Highway element. In order to preserve this, the commercial zoning requested is an impact to numerous goals and policies in our Granite Bay Community Plan. And I'll go quickly over the noise concerns. They are proposing that outdoor noise shall be completed by 10 p.m. We're wondering if this does happen, does that include the clearing of the parking lots also? Another proposal is orient speakers to the north with particular care not to aim at the existing restaurant in Quarry Ponds. What about the homes to the north, south, east, and west? And who enforces this? Management shall have a sound level meter to ensure levels are satisfactory during the event. Who gets notified when these violations occur? Does the county have an enforcer available on weekends?
Yes, ma'am.
And will there be a number to call, and will it be posted on the site? Facility representatives are encouraged to work with the neighborhood to develop procedures addressing the noise concerns. Who will be responsible to see this happens? Due to time constraints, these will be my last comments. The request for a variance to have 2 freestanding signs instead of 1 is definitely not in keeping with the maintaining Douglas Boulevard as a scenic corridor. It will only make Douglas Boulevard look more commercial. The rationale for the 2 signs is to help first-time guests and out-of-town guests find this location. In this age of electronics, this is definitely not necessary. Of course, traffic is a huge concern as we see Douglas Boulevard becoming stop and go with future signal lights added to accommodate misplaced commercial development happening to our scenic corridor that defines our rural residential community. With each approved project that varies from our community plan, our scenic corridor becomes a little less scenic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Any other members of the public wish to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public hearing and bring it back to the board. Couple quick questions. Do we have the picture that kind of shows the project oriented adjacent to other land uses? Do we have anything other than just the parcel? Do we have I'm kind of looking for something similar to what's right on here. There you go, thank you. So just for the board's information as it regards the concern that was brought up about ingress and egress into the existing quarry ponds. When the existing quarry pond project, the town center project was built, there were essentially 2 ingress egresses created. The one is immediately adjacent to what's labeled up there as the Douglas Feed and Pet Supply, and the other then is directly in the center of the quarry pond project. The traffic conflicts that were referenced earlier occur at that first ingress because there is no traffic envelope on the south side of Douglas in front of the old existing commercial buildings. When we widened Douglas from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, we utilized and actually had to go acquire additional right-of-way in order to do that, and we utilized right up to the frontage that exists there now with the sidewalk and all the rest. And so folks trying to decelerate as they're headed eastbound to get into the Quarry Ponds project, or to Douglas Ranch Supply, or to any of the other facilities that are there in that first little center, are doing so mostly in the number 2 lane of eastbound traffic. And so that's where that has been a problem. Those folks that continue on and slow in order to turn into the Quarry Pond Town Center at the main entrance in the middle have the traffic envelope that was constructed when the project was constructed. It gets them out of the lane of traffic, and we don't see those traffic conflicts there. So with that as background, my question to staff is, if this project were to move forward, it is my understanding that traffic envelope on the south side that exists in front of Quarry Ponds would continue on in front of the pavilion area there. Is that correct?
That is correct. The same additional right-of-way entering into the property would exist. The one thing I would add to that is the access, the single access that's provided to the proposed project is now going to be right in, right out only. Before, there was an opening there we're existing right now, where the folks in the church across the street, I believe, can actually come across, but that will not take place now.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then, again, it was asserted by another speaker that this is a rezone to commercial, this is a rezone to office professional, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions or comments. Questions or comments by board members? Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that we have code enforcement available 24/7 on the weekends, available to address code violations.
We do, and I think that's been it's been taking place for at least a month now, I believe, and been successful. In fact, I'm not sure that we've received many complaints, but it is in effect. And one thing I'll add is that at the Planning Commission hearing, they did want to add into the condition that the event center operator post a sign on the property that has the phone number. And so what we did is we added a condition, the design review condition, and included that language in there to make sure that there's a sign posted on the property where people would know who to contact if there is an event that exceeds our noise limits.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
And just mapping on to, obviously, we're aware here with a lot of discussion about event centers and improving code enforcement and the 24/7 notion, if it's acceptable to my colleagues, or I'd like to have a discussion of how that is actually working 6 months, a year or so out after we've had some history, if that's of interest to my colleagues. If not, you can holler at me, but thanks.
Yes, I think that makes sense. Supervisor Duran, your light's still on. Did you have a follow-up? No? Okay. All right. We have exhausted conversation, I think, so what is the pleasure of the board in regard to the requested amendment and rezone parcel map, conditional use permit, associated variances, and findings?
On page 10 to 13
On
of the
page
staff
10 to
report.
13 of the staff report. We have a motion, Duran, and a second, Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you very much. Go ahead and take up our 10 o'clock timed item. This is facility services item, Parks and Grounds. Might want to pause a moment, let a few people recess here. All right, why don't you go ahead and jump on in, gentlemen, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of your board. Mark Rideout from Facility Services, and I'm here today with John Ramirez, our Parks Administrator, to introduce an update to the Parks Ordinance with the first reading waived. It'll repeal the current Parks Ordinance and establish a new ordinance with regulations for public recreation areas. We also ask that you adopt a resolution that designates these public recreation areas where regulations will apply. and another resolution that establishes the fee schedule for these areas. Before John continues with the presentation, I want to highlight one Tahoe public recreation area that we've had inquiries about, and it's the Speedboat Beach at the end of Harbor Avenue, east of Kings Beach. This updated ordinance only includes the narrow county beach that's historically been included in prior ordinances. It does not include the public trust area that the State Lands Commission regulates. We've had some questions from neighbors about that, and I just want to clarify for any folks in Tahoe that are listening, this updated ordinance does not affect that. And so with that, I'll pass to John.
Thank you, and good morning. The current park ordinance has not been updated since January 2002, and since that time, we've been very busy in Placer County building parks, adding trails, and accepting open space into our system, and a lot of those facilities are not included in the current ordinance. Some of those include major parks with high attendance, such as Hidden Falls Regional Park, Ronald L. Feist Park in Granite Bay, Squaw Valley Park, and Dry Creek Community Park. So it's very important that we get these facilities into the new ordinance. Another major, I'll go over some of the significant changes that we're proposing to go into the public recreation area ordinance. Parks, beaches, and trails that are managed by North Tahoe Public Utility District, their Parks Department, and also Tahoe City Public Utility District will for the first time be added into the Placer County Park Ordinance. Those districts do not have the ability to create their own ordinance, so their boards have passed resolutions requesting that they be added into the Placer County Parks Ordinance. They would have their own enforcement official, so we wouldn't be directly involved with enforcement of them. Administrative change that's pretty significant is that we will now have the ability to add additional public recreation areas and also to adjust fees in the future by resolutions. Right now, that is only done through an ordinance, and we don't want to wait 13 years to be able to change it again. So pretty significant change for us. At the Bear River Campground, we've had issues with dogs. We would clean that up. And also, fires has been a major concern. So we would prohibit open fires during periods of high fire danger. We post signs that say that now, but there's no ordinance that allows that law to be enforced. We would also prohibit smoking, fires, and barbecues at certain parks and open space areas where we've determined there's a high fire hazard, and these include Hidden Falls Regional Park, Dry Creek Open Space Area, Miners Ravine Nature Reserve, Todd Valley Pond Park, and at Speedboat Beach. So those are the most significant changes that staff feels we're proposing. We also have additional minor changes. Administratively, I think a really good thing that we're going to be doing is the entire new ordinance and maps showing where these public recreation areas are will be made available to the public and to law enforcement online. We'll put it on our Parks Division website. So with that, we'll answer any questions your board may have.
Questions by board members prior to us taking comments from the public? Seeing none, any members of the public wish to address the board on this item? All right, we'll go ahead and bring it on back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I do have some comments.
Yes, Supervisor Holmes.
I'm concerned about private property. If we prohibit camping on public grounds, we're going to see people moving out into private property. I have a question for both our fire service and our sheriff's department about that. Is someone from the, can you come forward? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. I'll wait till the next item. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other comments by board members, what's the pleasure of the board on our 10 o'clock timed item? All right, we have a motion, Duran, and a second, Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None? Thank you very much. And now we will go ahead and move right into our 10:15 timed item. Mr. Rideout.
Great, thank you. Let me just try the technology here. Oops. Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of your board. Mark Rideout from Facility Services. With me today is John Ramirez and staff of the Health and Human Services Department and the Sheriff's Office to answer any questions you may have as we introduce an ordinance with the first reading waived to adopt a camping and personal property ordinance. It would establish Article 1226 of the Placer County Code to regulate camping and storage of personal property on county property and county-owned or maintained public areas. As the board memo states, camping that occurs outside of improved campgrounds with restrooms and fire rings creates a public health and safety risk. In the current example at the Placer County Government Center, campers create issues by building fires and not using the restroom. Excuse me. Additionally, people sleep in alcoves adjacent to county office buildings, which creates concerns for staff and night custodians. And just to kind of describe, this is a view of the DeWitt Center. Here's Bell Road. This is the Community Development Resource Center, the Health and Human Services buildings, and the lawn where amount of camping occurs. This next slide shows some recent photos of campsites out there. We recognize that this ordinance would not be a solution to the issue. And now that the shelter is open, individuals are being encouraged to engage in their services. Since the shelter's been open, there has been some decrease in the number of campers. This morning, however, there are still a large number of individuals sleeping out on the lawn, and there are large amounts of personal property being stored on county property. This interferes with use of these areas. It causes blight and attracts vermin. We recognize that individuals have a protectable personal property interest in their unattended property. This might include important items like identification papers and medications. If your board let me just slow down a second. If your board adopts the ordinance, staff is prepared to meet this afternoon to establish consistent procedures for safekeeping and retrieval of belongings collected under the proposed ordinance. We ask that your board adopt this ordinance to give the Sheriff's Department tools necessary to regulate camping that occurs outside of improved campgrounds. With your board's approval, we can calendar the second reading of this item on the 7th of July, and the ordinance would then take effect 30 days thereafter on August 6th. That includes my presentation, and a number of us are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, I have a question for County Council. Do we have the opportunity to make this an emergency ordinance in order to pass it to expedite this problem, removal of this problem?
Not today with the current status. There's no findings of emergency listed in the agenda item, and that wasn't posted as an urgency ordinance for immediate adoption.
And what about second reading then? Could we do it then? Or it would be moot at that point, I suppose?
Yeah, it'll be adopted at that, it could be adopted at that point.
All right, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I'm going to vote in favor of this, but I think you kind of addressed my concern of making sure that we get the word out to let these folks know that they've got a set period of time to start moving to different places. How are we going to communicate that?
Both Volunteers of America and their volunteers and Health and Human Services staff have been out on the lawn routinely. They've been talking with people about this coming. There has been a dumpster that was put out there by VOA so folks can get rid of belongings that they don't need. The folks are aware. There have been articles in the newspaper, and I'm sure if the board does approve this today, those two groups will continue conversations with people that are out there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, Supervisor Holmes, your light's still on.
Will there be any signs posted?
Yes, we're initially going to put signs around the lawn, and part of the discussions we're going to have with the sheriff this afternoon are exactly what sort of signs we would need to post at the entrances to our different properties.
And I'd also ask you to talk to the Sheriff's Department regarding private property, because we know that these folks are going to be moving out into the private property in the area. I'm concerned about fire issue. I just want to make sure that CAL FIRE and Placer County Fire has the opportunity to inspect properties that have high grass and are monitoring for any fires, because I don't want to see another 49 fire, which would be a result of someone having a campfire out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, Supervisor Duran?
Just one final comment, and this is for both folks here and folks that are at home. It's very important that you if you see something, you hear something, that you call and make sure that it's documented. I've seen a lot of things flying around here, and there's a big difference between correlation and causation. So it'd be very helpful, because that's really helpful to the board to have the sheriff or other code enforcement folks come up and say they've got this documented, these occurrences, and that that's information that we really need. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Duran. Okay, go ahead and open this up to members of the public who might want to advise the board of your thoughts. If you would please identify yourself. Please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Chairman Euler, Supervisors, Wayne Nader, and I live very close to this, within a few blocks of this issue. And I have to say, over the last probably 2 years, our community, at least in this proximity, has really changed, and especially in the last year, and not in a positive way. There's been, obviously, you've probably heard that the crime in the area certainly has risen with burglaries, and there's been disturbances and trespassing. And I wouldn't say that it's all related to the homeless, but probably a great deal of it may be. So as a resident of the area, I've experienced a lot of issues related to this. Using Bell Road multiple times during the day, and Supervisor Holmes can probably sympathize because he lives in the immediate area as well. They seem to be insensitive to the traffic on Bell Road and will cross, not even with regard to traffic, whenever they want to. I've even seen that happen on 49. It happened the other day when I was down there at the intersection of Bell Road and 49. They're crossing as traffic is trying to go through the intersection, which is obviously putting themselves at risk as well as others. I've talked to an ER doctor at the hospital, and they're experiencing a lot of the homeless coming in because of from fights, from intoxication and falling down and injuring themselves. So what I want to do is I want to appeal to you that we need to bring order to this situation. It's gone on too long. I'm troubled that it may be August before we actually get this really dealt with. I would like, as Supervisor Holmes said, if there's any way to expedite that earlier, I would really appreciate that, because I think the community needs to bring that order and safety back. I'm sure that, again, Supervisor Holmes is sympathetic to this, but any of you who would have this in your backyard, I'm sure would be advocates of this. It's very troubling for the community. I appreciate your support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other folks want to address the board on this item?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Dick Cerruti. I reside at 13797 Blackwood Way, Auburn. I've attended a few of your board meetings and kind of got acquainted with this overall issue about 6 months ago, and have been staying pretty close to what's going on and seeing it from more than one side, seeing it from right-hand Auburn side, from some of our business community, from the county perspective, and certainly some of the neighbors that are in your area, Supervisor Holmes. There's no question the situation as these photos depict are not appealing visually, and maybe more than that, for some maybe a serious issue of blight. I think that a lot of folks in the form of people within our community have joined forces in developing that shelter, and some feel that the county maybe assessed greater requirements of them than would have been appropriate. Nonetheless, they complied with all the requirements as best I know. And so far, I understand the reports are quite favorable with regards to occupancy, with regards to how the thing is being run, et cetera. So now we have a situation where we're requesting or looking to these folks to vacate the government property. And there's no question that's an appropriate thing to do. Yet at the same time, we're assessing punitive requirements and really not addressing anywhere near the full picture of what ultimately needs to occur. You gentlemen are, and Supervisor Montgomery is not here, are our leaders, are our people to help within the community, not just say, let's get rid of them, but to find some ways to help collectively with the people that are really doing the heavy lifting right now. Insofar as one little minor issue, but ultimately it's a big issue that I think you can help with, is all their stuff. There's no question. I'll probably not take more than 30 seconds. There's no question that probably they don't need all that stuff. And probably if they're approached one-on-one and dealt with, whether individually within their, their scope of how they say things, et cetera, they would be willing to dump half that. But the other half of it is pretty material, and your proposed ordinance really is a little vague with regards to how that's going to be handled. As I see it, you're saying, well, if it's there, we're going to gather it up, haul it somewhere, they can come get it. What I'm proposing, and I don't think it would be a huge amount of cost, would be some way to store their stuff, limited amount of stuff, so that they have access to it, and they don't have to find some place behind the railroad tracks or wherever else they go that still needs to be cleaned up. So that's what I'm asking you to consider, to find a way to help with these folks deal with that. The last thing I'm going to mention is between the county and the private folks out there, I think it's time to come together and put together some kind of an ad hoc committee to make recommendations, to come up with plans rather than have two opposing points of view. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Mike Lutzker. I live 2 miles past Jim Holmes on Bell Road. The word on the street is, come to Auburn, the streets are paved in gold. The word on the street is, if you're a heroin dealer, come to Auburn on the weekends and make a fortune. At the shelter meeting Thursday night, I told a staff member that the do-gooders are probably over-optimistic, and I was probably over-pessimistic. Then, in the last couple of days, I've been out talking to some sheriffs and some businesses in North Auburn, and I don't think I'm over-pessimistic because of all the problems that are going on out there. It's the old 80-20 rule, at best. Maybe you can save 20% of these people, but the other 80% are drug users, alcoholics, sex offenders, and just criminals. At the meeting, I asked the county, why didn't they put out porta potties? The answer was liability. They talked about making the shelter ADA approved. And I asked, why did we have to make the shelter ADA approved when these people are living on the street? They said, liability. Where's the county liability when some civilian gets pulled off the street into one of these camps, gets mugged, molested, or raped? There's the liability for the county. Most of the people that are affected by the homeless cannot be at this meeting today because they are out working. They are making tax money to pay the county to go to these services, which could go to better use in the county. After you pass this ordinance, the next ordinance that needs to be done so the sheriffs have some power is we need a no loitering and no panhandling ordinance so that the sheriffs can move these people along. Not arrest them, but just hassle them enough so they leave. I don't care if they leave the county. We don't need to be supporting all of them. Auburn is known for many things. Do we want Auburn known as a dumping ground for transients? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gentlemen, my name is Tim
Wait till you get to the microphone so we can pick up your name.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah. I hope you're having a good time today. It pains me to be here because I got to speak my truth in front of everybody.
And now we need your name, sir, please.
My name's Tim Murren.
Thank you.
And that's a real person, not the straw man.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm one of these people that have been homeless here 2.5 years. I've lived in the county since 2003. I moved here with my mom and dad. We built a house in Forest Hill, lost that to the bank, lost my job in Colfax. I had to hit the streets. I haven't put up a mess like that. I don't call myself a camper, but I've had to sleep behind the hospital. I've had to sleep there last summer. I've been at the Gathering Inn, and now I'm at the shelter, running around and around. You're trying to pass an ordinance of health and safety codes. Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing out there. No, not at all. But I don't think you guys are putting up a solution. There's a maximum law that says there's no law without a remedy. Without a remedy, there's no law. That's what you're going to pass here today. These people over there, there's probably 35, 40 of them right now that are actually spending the night. Maybe 150 people hanging out during the day. Where are those people going to go? They aren't going to leave the county. Dr. Marbut told you they're homegrown. You aren't going to get them out here with a crowbar. You know, your own Dr. Brown, Health and Human Services, said there might be 1,000 of them here. Well, today here in this chamber, we're talking about land use issues, and we're talking about health and human service contracts. Same as always here. The homeless have been here since 1969. California legislature says there's a housing emergency. Emergency. $1 billion rainy day fund in Placer County. Where are you going to spend it? This seems like the biggest issue in the county, except for the fire season. I don't have an answer, but I just know this has been going on since 1969, health and safety codes, and I wouldn't be here 2.5 years homeless if you'd have had compliance with the health and safety codes. So I know you inherited this from your predecessors, but it's carried over to the point it's getting ridiculous. Kick them out of there, ban it, be prohibitive, then we can say you're socialist, communist, fascist, anarchist. You're doing everything except being compliant with the law and your oath of office and being proactive to deal with this. And that's a challenge I see every day. What more I could say for hours and hours and hours if each one of you want to take me out for lunch or even a Starbucks. You know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to address the board on this item prior to us taking action? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kathleen Ridge. I live in the community. I was born and raised in Auburn, and this is a travesty. I would like you to expedite getting this off the lawn. I am sensitive to the homeless. My oldest daughter was homeless. Every therapist we went to, this is enabling. We had to do tough love. Yes, she was homeless. We did everything we could, and this is how she would live. We adopted our grandson so he would not be in this lifestyle, and taking him by yesterday, we saw a lady laying on the bed, a bed on the lawn, passed out, half on, half off, and I had to explain to him that yes, this is what we saved you so that you wouldn't be in this. This is not Auburn that I grew up in, and I am very upset. I'm upset with the fire issue. We have lived in our home for 43 years, and I do not want to lose my home. 4th of July is coming up. August is too late. You need to act now.
Thank you. Anybody else on this item? Okay, I see this gentleman rising. Is there anybody else after this gentleman speaks that's going to want to address the board on this? All right, then, sir, you will be our last speaker.
Hello, my name is Pablo Sust, and Supervisor Holmes is very familiar with me. Lately, we've been on the opposite side of a lot of issues. I really don't oppose the ordinance. I think it's a good idea. I also think that as long as the shelter does not have the capacity to house everybody that is in the lawn, that maybe with clean it up, okay, and and allow the, either the shelter to grow to accommodate everybody in the lawn, or keep the ones that cannot make it, that are turned back, allow camping, but without that mess. The other thing is, and this is personal, is this ordinance going to help us private citizens and private property? Because I have a problem. My property is on the corner of Almer Folsom and Cripple Creek. And every day, all these spandex-clad cyclists come around, and for some reason, I think it's in the web someplace, my place is just, marked as the place to relieve yourself. I got 3 trail cameras now and signs. I catch you, and you're going to be on social media. I have called the sheriff. I have talked to everybody. I have talked to Chief Ruffcourt, because he's an avid cyclist. And I'm not even supposed to grab a slingshot from my deck and, and just make him think there's a snake behind him. So is this going to help me? I don't have a problem with the homeless. I have a problem with the cyclists. And they all live in nice homes, and they ride nice bikes.
Thank you very much.
They going to help me?
Probably not this ordinance, but there are existing laws on the books about that topic.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and bring this back to the board for any additional questions that they might have of staff or comments prior to us taking action. I see Supervisor Duran's light is on and Supervisor Holmes. Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, just a couple of comments to the last speaker that spoke about not addressing this. And I think that we've spent some time prior to the decision to permit this emergency shelter, talking about this issue. We've hired Dr. Robert Marbut. I know that I'll be talking with Right Hand Auburn about next steps that that go beyond what we currently have. So I think that from the standpoint, you've got a board here that's willing to listen and to act on this particular issue. It may not happen tomorrow, but that's something that we all as government, as business owners, as community members, we all do have to participate in this to try to figure out where we go, and I think that's a real important thing. And I'm always very leery of trying to think that government can solve all the problems, because that's not really what government's for. But I think in this instance, obviously, because we own the property, that the right thing to do is to make sure that it is safe, and that it reduces the concerns that the community has. I'm not one, and again, I'll restate the statement that I said before: anecdotes, causation, correlation. That's not persuasive to me. I need to see data. I need to see facts. But in this instance, I think it's not unreasonable to move forward with the proposal that we have in front of us for an ordinance. I would like, as we move forward, to kind of tighten up that whole property issue, because I know there is some, there's a gaping hole as to what we do. Whatever we can do to kind of shore that up, maybe find out, work with Volunteers of America to find out what they do or what other folks do for that in the short term. But I certainly don't want to open up a storage facility permanently on county property. So,
thank you. Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, in regard to the storage, it's my understanding that Volunteers of America, if someone qualifies to stay at the shelter, that they can leave their stuff there during the day while they're out of the shelter. I don't know if you can answer that, but when I toured it with Leo McFarland, that was his response, that if they're qualified to stay and plan to stay the next night, they can leave their belongings there safely in the lockers. They have some lockers there. And then, I live out there. I'm out in the community. I can't tell you how many people have come up to me and complained about this. People, not only people that work for out in the government center, who are afraid to walk. They walk in pairs. They walk different directions now instead of around our nice campus. And I have community members that have been in front of stores in North Auburn that have been accosted by homeless. and they're very upset about it. Some people are afraid to even go shop in North Auburn now. And even walking in our nice areas out there, residents have come complain to me about the problem with the homeless. And so this is beyond what we're doing today, but we really need to work on doing something more to correct this problem. And I move approval of the item.
Okay, we have a motion, Holmes, and a second by Wygant. Just one quick question of council. Action today means a second reading by our board at our first meeting in July, is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Action today is to approve the ordinance.
No, I understand, but
without changes.
then July 7th, we could have the final adoption, second reading, final adoption, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then implementation of it can begin the moment after the board takes action, correct?
The ordinance is effective 30 days after it's adopted.
Not for 30 days?
Yeah.
Okay, so hence the August reference. Okay, thank you.
But the adoption of the ordinance will serve as a kind of notice.
Oh, of course it will. I suspect today's action will serve as a kind of notice. Okay, thank you very much.
If I might just say too, it was suggested to me that during the period, and kind of like you were talking about with the outreach to the folks, we can work with them and try to encourage them that, to decrease and prepare to move in that meantime.
Would suspect that would be a good idea. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take up our 10:45 timed item at this point. This is a CEDRA item, Sunset Industrial Area Plan update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. Today, staff is presenting a status report on the update to the Sunset Area Plan. Much work has been done over the last 6 months on this very important project, and staff wanted to provide the opportunity to make you aware of the work that has been occurring. Today's presentation will be a 3-part presentation. First off, we'll have Sherry Conway, who is the project manager for the project, give an overview of the overall project. David Zender from Economic and Planning Systems will present a review of the market analysis that has been prepared for the project. And lastly, Michelle Kingsbury will give you an update on the Infrastructure Finance District and the options that are being considered to finance the infrastructure needed to move the Sunset area forward. With that, we'll have Sherry Conway give an overview of the project.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Sherry Conway, Planning Services Division. As you recall, in late 2014, your board directed the initiation of an update to the Sunset Industrial Area Plan. The overall objective was to re-envision and rebrand this area so that we could achieve the county's long-term vision for economic development. The timing of this couldn't be better. With the current upswing and uptick in the economy, we are now seeing lots of things come to life in West Placer County. I wanted to just take a moment and get our bearings here. Placer Vineyards, of course, a long-time project, is now coming back to life. We have the Regional University, as you all are aware, the recent announcement by Warwick University from Great Britain that they'll be joining our county. We have the proposed Placer Ranch project, which is being processed through the city of Roseville, but that includes notably a satellite campus of Sacramento State University. And of course, over here is the William Jessup University, who's currently also undergoing expansion plans. So this is a very exciting time for Placer County. Wanted to point out the proposed Placer Parkway, an east-west limited access corridor, will ultimately connect the Highway 65 corridor with Highway 99. Pretty instrumental in linking what will soon become a higher education trifecta, and adding to that a proposed Sierra College I guess they're going to have a sub-campus on the Sac State campus as well. So you start to see a very new vision for the West Placer area. I'm delighted to report to your board today that we are well underway, as Michael said, with our plan update. As you recall, part of our work plan included an existing conditions analysis and constraints analysis. We also embarked on an ambitious market analysis for this project, an opportunities and constraints report, an evaluation of land use alternatives, a capital improvement and finance plan, a design vision and corridor standards plan, and a comprehensive public outreach program. So to get to your bearings here, this is the Sunset Industrial Area, approximately 8,100 acres total, bounded to the east by the city of Rockland, to the north by the city of Lincoln, and to the south by the city of Roseville. West Placer Waste Management Authority is located here, the Thunder Valley Resort Casino here. So now that we all have our bearings, what I'd like to do is talk to you briefly, and then I'll turn it over to David about where we are with the very first but most important piece of our project, which is the market analysis. As your board knows, that this market analysis is going to be critical in informing our land use decisions and land use alternatives for this project as we move forward. So this very first piece, we're coming to a close. The document probably will be made public by the end of September, so that's the entire Opportunities and Constraints report. We'd like to be coming back to your board to present that Opportunities and Constraints report in its full entirety in a study session early this fall. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to David Zender, who can give you a full and robust kind of update as to where we are so far, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll leave you.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning, Chair Euler, members of the board. David Zender, Managing Principal with Economic and Planning Systems. As Sherry mentioned, we have an administrative draft market report. It's in front of staff. Quite voluminous, a couple of hundred pages of data and conclusions. And today I'm just going to sort of give you the synopsis of the findings and give you a sense of what our conclusions are and where we're going with the material. A few comments before we roll through the PowerPoint presentation, and I'll be about 8 to 10 minutes for this presentation. But overall, the Sunset Industrial Area is about 8,200 acres. About 25% of that is eligible for development, so that number is right around 2,000 acres. There's also some underutilized property on the site that could arguably be eligible for development. The site is dominated in the center, as you know, by the Materials Recovery Center or facility and the landfill. That presents both an opportunity and a challenge, and we're going to speak to that a little bit more in a few minutes. Overall, the Placer Parkway stands to redefine the property substantially in the future, and so that's a game changer, and that'll have certain implications for the property going forward. Market conditions are improving at this stage. We're starting to see the emergence of several speculative product types coming out of the ground for the first time in many years after the recession, so that's good news. Other product types are still struggling, and we'll talk about that in a bit. And overall, the region over the last decade or two has shifted largely from earlier industrial and distribution emphasis to an office and some flex emerging in the market. West Roseville, Douglas Avenue, of course, is a noted concentration for finance, insurance, real estate type operations in the region, probably secondary to downtown Sacramento throughout the region. And so when we think about Sunset, we think about that use, but we think about many other industrial uses, flex uses, and manufacturing. There's a lot of different things that can fit on the site and that are reasonable prospects going forward. Okay, so this gives you a sense of what we're looking at here in terms of demand outlook. On the left side, you can see here, this is really a business as usual situation, not the most likely scenario. This is really why we're here, is I don't think there is common satisfaction with the rate and the quality and the type of development that's occurred in the Sunset area over the years. So really, we're here today to examine how we can make that better. So scenario one is sort of business as usual. This is what you would get about 10 acres a year or so if things just continued on as they were. Scenario two is really an expanded market share scenario. And here we're talking about something on the order of 300 to 400 acres. As you may know, the Placer Ranch project includes a large business park element, and that is similar in magnitude to scenario 2 in terms of demand, a little bit less. Now, Placer Ranch will be, we think, heavily oriented to office-type uses because of the proximity to the Sac State campus and the overall quality of the adjoining property that's proposed in terms of a university village and other features. So we think that the Sunset actually has a very good chance to compete for the 340 overall acres of demand over the 20 years. But again, this is a projection that's made from 3 data sources that we've used, and it really is basically a baseline projection. Now, scenario 3, the next to the right, really provides sense of what happens if there are catalytic successful projects coming in the early years that help redefine the area. So if we look at all of the assets that you have, if we're able to capitalize on certain industry trends, the Placer Parkway coming through, these are all things that set you up for outperforming what the projections would otherwise say. And then scenario 4 is really our game changer scenario, and this is to say that the whole is very often greater than the sum of the parts. When you look at the assets that you have on Sunset and you think about the Placer Parkway, you think about Thunder Valley, you think about just all the different pieces that you have coming together, including the universities that Sherry mentioned, there is an opportunity to really connect these assets and to see a scenario where the property owners recognize the inherent possibilities in what they control, and to go further and to get organized and outperform what the market would otherwise say is possible. So this would be to say that the property owners, because of the scale of the Sunset area and because of the quality of the land and the configuration of the parcels and other characteristics, you have the ability to go far beyond what the numbers would otherwise say. So whether you can do that or not really depends on the strategies to maximize capture. And so we've laid out the projections in our market report, and then we've laid out a number of ideas and sort of key factors that would help you to realize or exceed those projections. I want to draw really about 3 major things to your attention, or maybe 4. The first is the landfill and the MRF. Turning what you might call lemons into lemonade is really the idea here. There are opportunities to consolidate the biomass facility that lies elsewhere on the site, as well as other industrial uses that are currently on Athens Boulevard, and consolidate those to a MRF site and expand the operations of the MRF. In our research, what we found was that the MRF is very similar in some ways to what we call eco-industrial parks, the signature eco-industrial park being in Edmonton, Alberta. But it's not that different in terms of its features, and these eco-industrial parks actually throw off a lot of value added and a lot of employment. And so the key is, can you consolidate those types of uses, appropriately buffer and screen those uses, and then integrate other types of advanced manufacturing and so forth as a counterpart or an extension of that eco-industrial manufacturing base. So we think there's some real upside here, some very interesting economic development potential as we look at the existing MRF. The second is Placer Parkway, and taking advantage of that from the get-go and expediting to the extent possible its development. When that comes through and connects basically to 9970, you're going to create basically a corridor that extends down from Metro Air Park to the Sunset Industrial Area. At that point, you're going to have sort of a game changer in terms of the regional network, and we think that that offers possibility in terms of major goods movement type industry. That said, we're not condoning a reliance on warehouse distribution, because those uses really don't offer the assessed value and the job density that you want. Remember, one of the goals here is the head of household employment, and we want lots of jobs. The warehouse distribution centers are going the other direction in terms of those automation trends, and then other areas such as Tracy are closer to the Bay Area, have lower land prices, lower lease rates, and have a competitive advantage going forward. So we don't see that as a primary target. In fact, you do see some of those uses going to churches and recreation and other uses on the site today. So we think manufacturing is really the way to go, light industrial, flex, those types of uses that accommodate a wide swath of industry. The last thing I'll mention is just continue to work with your property owners. You have some very, very knowledgeable and skilled folks that are controlling property and very interested in moving forward, so I think that's imperative. Some of the clusters, just briefly, that we're looking at here for the site, and Ryan Sharp is working with me to do cluster analysis and to evaluate not only what came out of the Next Economy process, but what else could be done in terms of Placer County's areas of concentration. So from the Next Economy, you can see there are clusters such as advanced manufacturing, clean energy technology, life sciences and health services, information communications technology. These are all very appropriate for Placer County. In some cases, you have other jurisdictions that are also making a run for these. Davis, for example, is going very directly after life sciences with their innovation park concept. But you still have a role to play in competing for those users. In addition, we believe that advanced materials offers some great potential here, but that may be something that could be aggregated into the eco-industrial park or and combined with advanced manufacturing. Some of the real estate prototypes that we see developing on the site over time are shown on this image. Office uses such as those you might see on Douglas Boulevard are featured on the upper left-hand corner. Next to the right is Flex Office R&D, and that's a very interesting prototype in terms of accommodating a very wide range of users in a combination of office and lab space. That one is a little tougher to make pencil because of the cost of tenant improvements and the ability to generate the leases to offset those tenant improvements. So that's still an emerging product here in Placer. Office is now starting to be developed on spec, as is light industrial on the right-hand top. That's a very useful prototype for Sunset in terms of, again, offering perhaps laydown yard to certain users or just providing that inherent flexibility they need to accommodate a wide range of industries. Warehouse distribution on the bottom left is very space-intensive, low employment. So as I mentioned before, it's not necessarily a primary target for Sunset, although you may see continued interest. And then finally, manufacturing. And we're not talking about necessarily the old smokestack variety, but there may be some of that, but really moving toward a clean, advanced manufacturing scenario. And Placer is in a great position with a lot of land out here. You've got pretty much everything you need with the Placer Parkway coming in to basically accommodate some very high-value manufacturing uses. And then finally, you can also accommodate campus uses that would wrap in all of the above. And we think that has great potential here at Sunset as well. So one of the key things that we've discussed at length with staff is breaking down the Sunset Industrial Area into individual components that then can be marketed and allow you to segment the land development so that you can have several different land uses moving forward and increase your absorption rate that way. So if you could segment the market so that you can do office and R&D at the same time you're doing manufacturing somewhere else on the site, and you're avoiding conflicts in terms of transportation, you're avoiding conflicts in terms of odor or noise or things like that through appropriate screening and so forth. There are some really interesting ways that this property could be broken down. So what I'm putting up on the screen here is, I don't want to go into too much detail because it is just a concept, and that sounds alarming. And so this is the first of many such concepts that we'll be exploring, looking at, evaluating, arguing about. So we'll be having a lot of great discussions about this going forward. I think Larry Montier is here somewhere. Larry? Jim Harnish, okay. Jim. And so Jim is a key part of the team here, and we're going to be moving into the alternatives analysis next and really thinking about how do we break it down most effectively and achieve all the goals that we've discussed. So with that, that wraps up my segment. I'm going to turn it over to Michelle Kingsbury-Perez, and she's going to talk a bit about
Before
finance.
you move on, I think Supervisor Wygant, did you have a question? No?
Yeah, I could ask one now. appreciate the work and impressed with how staff has coalesced around that, leadership from County Exec's office. Look forward to some good results. But if I attempt to envision scenario 4, just in terms of my mind, I see something like Hewlett-Packard coming to town, which would, except today, it would be more like a Tesla battery factory or something along those lines. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, there's a lot of potential there. It could go toward campus use, which is sort of what you're describing, and a campus is typically designed in a way that's uniform and very, so it might have warehouse distribution or manufacturing or office or all of the above, but it would all be developed in a compatible way. Yeah.
So, obviously, Sunset Industrial Area has been in place for a while. We've done different iterations to try to get us to its highest use. Obviously, as is known, it's a large amount of property that's set aside for jobs creation in light of what we expect all of the South Placer build-out to be. And maybe Michelle's going to get into this some, but thinking in terms of what we do to position ourselves best and the regulatory environment in which we exist, part of it being the fact that we live in California and part of it being more than what we can control in our local ordinances. When you look at a Tesla and the way that they may look at our property here and the timeframes by which they need to have an approved project, I like to think back to we had a interesting case study in the development of the casino side. They did not have to comply with California regulation as related to CEQA or other local ordinances. We agreed upon a method by which, though, we would achieve the same outcome, and we sort of created our own path by which we could do that, and the approval of the project and the construction of it and getting it up and running was done in an extraordinarily short period of time. And to me, it's a great case study to look back on. So is there going to be thought, and has there been thought as it relates to our zoning text ordinance and amendments that we can make the conservation plan clearly, which is close to being done, a method by which we can collapse the federal and state environmental regulation time frame. But in terms of our local ordinances, are we dovetailing that into the thought process explicitly, and how are we going to get from here to there as relates to the outcomes that we're hoping for?
That will be one of the major products produced as a part of this project, is how does the county go about streamlining the operations to minimize the time it takes to get a business in place?
So I guess, as we go forward in meetings, we have the updates. I'd like to hear the latest and greatest as how we're connecting that to more just the marketing and/or vision component.
Yeah, you're right on the mark with the comment. Users are looking for that fast turnaround. They call it shovel-ready dirt, and that's what it takes to be competitive out there. Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Michelle's point.
I'll be quick. Michelle Kingsbury with Cedra. Parallel to the SIA plan area update process, we have a comprehensive internal team working on investigating the feasibility of establishing an enhanced infrastructure finance district. Get that to move forward. Back in July of 2014, we received authority to enter into a contract with Kaiser Marston to begin that process. The study area that was chosen to evaluate an enhanced infrastructure finance district was Regional University Specific Plan Area and the Sunset Industrial Area, including Placer Ranch project. Our first task that we embarked on was looking at strictly from a revenue potential. We came back to the board in December of 2014 and looked at, from the revenue side, what was the potential bonding capacity as that first check mark of whether an IFD would be feasible out there. And we came to the conclusion that with all three project areas, and we look at it both from an aggregate perspective as well as an individual perspective, that there was a potential bonding capacity between 50 and 100 and roughly $30 million. And the IFD goes toward those regional types of infrastructure improvements like a Placer Parkway, like a water, that would really enhance the viability of the Sunset area and bringing it more toward that shovel-ready perspective. The next task that we are currently underway with is laying in from the revenue side and also bringing in the expenditure side and looking at a fiscal model as our next checkpoint. We are in the very, very preliminary stages of getting information back from Kaiser Marston. We have a very comprehensive internal team comprised of, we call it our strike team, our treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller, county counsel, Mr. Johnson and myself, just analyzing the data. We've gotten some preliminary information back, and we're currently stripping that down to make sure it's a viable fiscal product, and we'll be coming back to the board with more definitive information. We're also layering in those types of infrastructure projects that potentially could be financed with this type of mechanism, and we'll be coming back to the board shortly with more of that information. What we really wanted to do today was let you know we are continuing to proceed forward. We have gotten preliminary data back. There definitely looks to be an opportunity for some utilizing some of that increment for the infrastructure finance district based upon these really rough preliminary findings that we have. And over the next several weeks, I'll be working with Kaiser Marston and our internal staff. I like to get the data, and then we strip it back to make sure we can come back with a recommendation to your board that between either the whole area or aggregate pieces, what would make sense to potentially establish an infrastructure finance district. With that, a real quick update. I'm going to turn it back to Sherry Conway to talk about where we are. Sure. Excuse me.
Mr.
Supervisor, yes.
Yeah, you know, I know we've talked about this many times, but could you just very briefly explain the concept of an infrastructure finance district in layman's terms so folks can understand exactly what we're talking about?
Sure, I'll try. Very similar. It's complementary, I would say, to a redevelopment project area where you establish a project area and you look at what that tax increment is. From a redevelopment perspective, you had your base year and then you had your increment above that. Where an IFD is slightly different. It's a little bit more of a complicated process to establish. With redevelopment going away, that's why it's more in vogue now to look at that as a funding tool. But with an IFD, you look at the county's portion from the general fund property tax portion and what portion of that could potentially be diverted toward an infrastructure finance district and the increment associated with that. So it's a different piece of the pie, I would say, but still focusing on increment and property tax growth that funds the infrastructure finance district. You can't, with an IFD, schools are protected. You look at your own property tax or other partners, such anybody that gets a share of that property tax that would like to participate, and what portion of their pie or share could be diverted toward the IFD.
More specific to the payment of the bonds, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that portion of increment in value of the property.
Your increment becomes your revenue stream that supports the payment of bonds.
So as you add infrastructure and as that area develops, that property value goes up and the delta is what pays for the bonding.
Right.
Okay. All right. Doesn't interfere with Melrose. Doesn't interfere with a developer to bond in other capacities. Correct.
It's a whole. When you look at what we'll need to do out in Sunset, it's every tool I think in the toolbox. That we'll be looking at between Melrose financing, infrastructure finance issue, and how everything's layered in there. We would certainly have to work with and outreach with the property owners to just explain how it works, et cetera. But we're looking at the county's portion of that general fund property tax.
Thank you.
All right.
With that, tag team back to Sherry to conclude the presentation.
As I mentioned earlier, we're just wrapping up now the staff review of the administrative draft of the first piece of this puzzle, which is the Opportunities and Constraints Report. We'd like to bring that before your board early this fall for an actual roll-up-your-sleeves study session. We'll have the entire report complete. It'll be a lot to digest, but a really exciting piece. So we look for that to be scheduled probably in September. Staff will be then reviewing the land use alternatives next and bringing that back to your board for another study session in November. So we're ramping up very, very quickly. And just again to reiterate, the relationship between the market analysis, which will inform the land use alternatives analysis. That's a little bit of a departure from how we typically update a community plan in the world of planning. So we'd like to come back to you with that in November. Parallel to that, the corridor design standards are already well underway. We'll have that for you in January. Dovetailing with the work that Michelle is doing, we'll actually have the capital improvement and finance plan on the heels of that, probably in February. And at that point, we'll be commencing the environmental review process with the NOP, probably hitting the streets early 2016. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Okay. Board members, any additional questions beyond what was asked during the presentation? All right, I'm not seeing any right now, so any members of the public want to ask questions, provide input, comments on what we've seen? Again, this was just an information item. No action is going to be taken by our board, so if anybody had any thoughts on what they heard, this would be a good time to share. Well, then I'll assume everything is copacetic and we'll proceed according to plan. Thank you very much for the presentation, for the update, very informative, and we will go ahead and move on to our 11:15 timed item. Right on schedule. A lot of department items to go, though. Said a lot of department items to go there. Good morning.
Members of the board, County Executive, County Council. I'm Janine Windishausen, Placer County Treasurer Tax Collector and Administrator of the Empower Placer Program, which is a PACE program. You have a couple of items before you related to the PACE program. I'm going to start off with a presentation that gives very brief background for general information purposes, and then really provides additional information for the other actions before you today. So I know you're all familiar with Empower. It is a PACE program, Property Assessed Clean Energy, whereby the county can provide financing to property owners for energy efficiency, renewable generation, and water conservation measures, and it's repaid on the property tax bill. All types of properties are eligible, and all jurisdictions in the unincorporated area of the county are included in the program, as well as the city of Folsom in Sacramento County. Again, there's a wide variety of energy efficiency and renewables that can be financed, also water conservation measures, and then we can also do custom measures. We have a specific list of the energy efficiency, renewable, and water conservation, but if somebody has something new, we can always consider that, and if it meets the criteria under our program and the state law, then we can go ahead. This is an example. It's an actual case study that we financed. It is that big solar array out on Highway 49, but I just included this to give you an idea of how it is benefiting property owners. The bottom line is that the payback period on that is under 4 years. They have over $33,000 a year in utility savings, and then their net cost on a $473,000 system was $103,000 after various rebates, performance-based incentives, tax credits, before we even get to the utility savings. So with that, I want to talk more about the program's performance. We have financed over 1,000 different improvements. I'm going to talk about applications in a moment, but this does not reconcile to the number of applications because we do finance multiple improvements on a single application. But it kind of lets you know how things stack up. Far and away, solar PV is the #1 improvement financed, and followed by HVAC systems, and then on down from there. This is a breakdown by incorporated cities. It shows that Rockland and Lincoln lead. Roseville does have Roseville Electric, and so the energy rates are lower there, so payback periods are longer. The lower the electricity rates, obviously, it impacts incentive to make improvements. This shows unincorporated communities. And again, that Auburn area, PG&E territory is really ripe. They have a number of rebates and other incentives, so that's another reason that the program is more active in the unincorporated areas. This gives you an idea of our deal flow. The first two sets of bars indicate prior years, and then it shows the current fiscal year and what the deal flow is. We average about 60 applications a month, and the average residential application is just under $30,000. And then the bar below shows cumulatively how much we have financed. And you should have a copy of this presentation. I know some of the numbers are small, so. And again, speaking of small numbers, this is in your packet, but we do track this by supervisorial district, communities, including incorporated and unincorporated areas, and then what actual projects are being financed in addition to dollar amounts. So this is a recap of overall program performance. The first set of columns are residential. So we have funded over 841 residential applications totaling almost $25 million. This is as of our first June disbursement. And then non-residential, 13 applications totaling almost $3 million. So we have 241 firms participating in the program. That we don't include in that number contractors who have expressed interest or signed up, if you will, to participate in the program, but contractors who have actually had their clients funded through this program or currently we're working on an application on behalf of one of their clients. We have 853 assessments that we have funded totaling over $27 million. Of that, we have one delinquency. We also track, so those are for assessments that are on the 14-15 fiscal year roll. We have funded many assessments that will be on the roll for the first time, the fiscal year that starts in July. We also look at what their record is. We have one delinquency there, and we have one default. That one delinquency, we have been following up and in communication with that property owner, and we expect to receive payment on that before the end of the month. And on the default, again, we are actively working with that property owner, and soon we'll be also working with their lender if we don't receive payment. So we're very proactive about the delinquency, but I think you can, delinquencies and defaults, but you can see that we are very proactive on that front. In June, on June 2nd, your board approved actions related to our first sale of bonds, and these are the results of that sale. We are closing today, as we speak, $10 million in bonds to Five Star Bank. As part of that, there is a subordinate structure, $750,000, that the Treasury will purchase. We are selling those bonds at a premium, and the bottom line is that after our estimated costs of issuance there in the lower right-hand corner, we will be netting about $455,000 that will go into the program fund that will help to offset, those will be program revenues, help offset program costs. So I'm very pleased to be able to provide you with the details of that deal that's closing today. Financial information. How is the program faring overall? We started the year with a negative fund balance of $1.5 million. As you're all aware, we had a couple of years where we had yet to recover our startup costs, and we had ongoing program costs, and we had minimal revenues because of the suspension of our residential program. So this fiscal year, we have operating revenues, and this takes us through May 31st, so it does not include the final month of the fiscal year, of almost $1.9 million. The bond sale that I just spoke about will add another approximately $450,000. So we will have total revenues for this fiscal year of $2.4 million. Our expenditures through May are just over $1 million, and we will have additional expenditures for the month of June to close out. And so we estimate that our fund balance, that negative, will be brought down to about $200,000, and we should be in the black within the first 6 months of the coming fiscal year. So things are coming along well, and in terms of our revenues and expenditures, and finally getting to that point of full cost recovery and staying in the black going forward. So where does that put us in terms of our cash and debt? We have an outstanding TRAN of $2.1 million. That TRAN expires July 22nd, and I anticipate coming back to the board in July for another TRAN with a substantially reduced amount that we would anticipate paying off well before the end of the fiscal year. We have cash balance of $1.7 million. Part of that is TRAN proceeds, part of that is revenues. So the difference between the two is $368,000. So therefore, the justification and the need for another TRAN. We have a bond authorization that was authorized by the board back in 2010 of $33 million. Against that, we have issued over $27 million. And so some of your actions today have to do with a new authorization so that we can finance additional projects, bond for more, and move forward also in terms of selling more of our bonds. We now, with the closing of this, we're better prepared to pursue some of the interest that other investors have expressed in the program bonds. So in conclusion, I think that I can fairly say to the board that the program is proving to be successful in a number of regards, and thank the board very, very much for your ongoing support of the program. With that, I'm prepared to move on to the actions unless your board has any questions at this point in time.
I'm not seeing any questions right now, so why don't we go ahead and get into the items that we will be considering under the public hearing. If you want to highlight the 4 different items that we have for consideration in the public hearing, that would be great.
So the first order of business is to hold a public hearing, and this is related to increasing that bond authorization by $67 million for a total, when added to the initial $33 million, of $100 million. Again, we will continue to finance the assessments, aggregate those assessments into bonds, which then, once they reach a capital market scale, we can look to selling to investors in the same way that we did with Five Star Bank. So the public hearing is to amend our program report because it states $33 million, so we need to amend that to move it to the now what will be $100 million. To approve to consider the proposed issuance of the additional $67 million. And then there is a loan agreement between the county and the finance authority that backs that bond. And then also a public benefit finding related to many of the reasons that I already discussed about the benefits to the public of the program.
Thank you very much. Then at this time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing in order to consider the 4 items that the Treasurer Tax Collector just iterated for us. Is there any member of the public that wishes to address the board prior to considering the adoption of the resolution considering those 4 items?
Michael Garabedian and Loomis, just a question. What is our annual payment on the bonds now, and what will it be?
Okay. Thank you. Hold 1 second. Hold, Janine, 1 second. Let's just make sure. Okay, seeing nobody else, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And at this time, Janine, if you can address the question that was asked.
The annual payment is a moving target because we are constantly adding assessments. That is not a payment that the county has liability for, and then maybe that's part of where that goes. That is paid by the underlying assessments from the property owners. Those assessments, when collected on the property tax bill, then go to repay ultimately the bonds.
Right.
And there is not recourse to the county on those bonds.
Thank you. All right. At this time, seeing nobody else and having closed the public hearing, unless there are any other questions by the board, we're being asked to adopt the resolution that codifies the 4 different actions that were requested of us. So at this time, is there a motion to so do?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
Supervisor Duran?
I'll go ahead and move approval of this. And I just want to comment, how often is it that you get a treasurer tax collector in a county that is actually generating revenue for that county? It's pretty unique, and I think that's a pretty good thing here. We've got a pretty good deal. So thank you for your hard work.
So we have a motion, Duran. Motion Duran, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. We then will adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Public Finance Authority in order to consider the item of adopting the resolution approving the issuance of bonds in aggregate principal amount not to exceed $67 million and approving the indenture of trust, authorizing the treasurer tax collector to act as trustee, authorizing and approving loans to the county and approving the loan agreement, approving the sale of the bonds, authorizing treasurer tax collector to hire a registered broker-dealer and Jones Hall as bond counsel, approving, authorizing, ratifying, and directing any other actions related to the issuance and sale of bonds and the making of the loan. That's the action before us as the Placer County Public Finance Authority. Do we have a motion second? We have a motion, Holmes. The second, Duran. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. With that, we will adjourn as the Placer County Public Finance Authority, reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors, and thank the Treasurer Tax Collector for her participation this morning. We will move on to our 11:20 timed item. This is our County Executive Office presentation of our fiscal year 15-16 proposed budget for board action. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members
Your
of the board.
time's up. I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Thank you, Andy. You have a motion?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Andy Heath, County Executive Office, Deputy County Executive Officer for Finance and Budget. What I'd like to do today is present to the board the proposed budget for fiscal year 15-16, which begins on July 1st, 2015. Before we actually get into the presentation, I would like to thank the board for its continued guidance in making our job somewhat easy to develop this budget, and thank the staff in the County Executive Office, and more importantly, the staff throughout the county and all the departments as they work to prepare the budget throughout the year that actually begins in October and November with the development of charge tables. So it's a very long process. And then one more thank you goes out to Denise Medlin, who's in our office. She works tirelessly to continue to make last-minute changes that impact the budget document as a whole. And you can see that with the size of the budget document being the way it is, one number changes many, many schedules in here. So thank you, Denise, for that. So with that, this budget does represent the interim spending authority for fiscal year 15-16. We will be bringing back a final budget, which will include a number of true-ups to the proposed budget on September 1st of 2015 for your board's consideration. What we're asking the board to do today is approve the interim spending plan for fiscal year 15-16, which is the proposed budget, the proposed operating budget, and also the proposed budgets for the lighting districts, county service areas, and sewer maintenance districts, otherwise known as the special districts budget. We're also introducing the fiscal 15-16 personnel allocation ordinance, which is now coming for the second year in a row with the proposed budget as opposed to the final budget. The yearly purchase of equipment on the master fixed asset list, and then an approach to unassigned carryover fund balance, where we'll recommend what we might be able to use carryover fund balance, one-time funds that might be available with the final budget, and then take any feedback that your board does have at the end of the presentation. As we consider the budget moving forward, one thing to note is that the economy continues to improve modestly. And when we put this budget together from a budget development perspective, we took the approach of continued cautious optimism, where we're looking at improving property values. Our office is working very closely with the Office of the Assessor for the county and looking at exactly where assessed valuations for properties are going. Within the proposed budget itself, we did forecast a 3% growth in assessed valuation, and we know that with the final budget, ultimately when the property values are finalized as of July 1st, that number will come in just a tad bit higher. So improving property values is definitely an indicator that the economy is improving. Sales tax collections also continue to improve. With the proposed budget this year, we estimated that our fiscal consultant for sales tax, HDL, which helps us derive budgets for sales tax moving forward, We estimated about 95% of what they anticipated will be the collections for fiscal 15-16 in the budget for the proposed budget. One thing I wanted to make your board aware of is we actually received the sales tax collection results for the first quarter of 2015, which would be January through March, compared to last fiscal year, or first quarter of last year, is up about 7% in the unincorporated area. And when you look at all the incorporated areas in the county as well, most of them are up at least that much. So sales tax, which is an indicator of where the economy is going as well, continues to increase as we move forward. And then we're also seeing a continued uptick in development activity. When we put the budget together for fiscal year 14-15, which is the current budget that we had, we anticipated that development revenues, permits, building permits, those sorts of things would be about $3 million. Right now, we're pegging that number to be about 3.7 through the end of this fiscal year, and then we're expecting that to continue into the coming fiscal year as an indicator that the development economy continues to at least maintain where it's at, if not improve. We're also seeing a decline in unemployment in the county. Countywide unemployment in April 2015 was 4.8%, and this compares to 6% last year at the same time, which compares, I believe, to about 7.6% the year before that in 2013. So unemployment does continue to decrease. With the state budget, recently, actually, I believe the legislature just approved the state budget yesterday, and it's now going to the governor for signing. Within that state budget, there is a significant surplus that is being built into that budget. And as a result of that, what we will see this year, in fiscal year 14-15, is most likely an advance payment of certain things that make up the wall of debt that the state has. And that wall of debt that's coming to the county ultimately will be the SB 90, the pre-2004 SB 90 claims, which will likely result in $8 million being received in this year, fiscal year 14-15, one-time money, and then the interest portion of that, which would be just under $2 million in next year's budget. Now, with all this optimism and the revenues that are coming in and are likely to come in, there are significant cost drivers that are on tap for the county that we need to consider as we move forward. And we have a lot of mechanisms in place that kind of give us a gauge on exactly where the economy might be going in terms of revenue, but more importantly in terms of expenditures. CalPERS retirement expenditures continue to rise. There are $51.7 million in CalPERS retirement expenditures that are built into the fiscal 15-16 proposed budget. And that's an increase of about 8% over fiscal year 13-14. And these are real numbers. These are actual numbers that will transpire because these are real rates. Likewise, for health care costs, there's $34.3 million that's built into the budget for health care costs countywide. And this is an increase of about 7.5%. Recently, CalPERS did release the preliminary estimates for healthcare costs, and it's indicating that healthcare costs will rise about 8 or 9%. So we may adjust that with the final budget just a little bit upward in terms of the expenditures. When you take those two things into consideration, and the fact that those two things over time are expected to increase significantly into the future, that's $86 million of the budget as a total. That's a large amount. So we are very cognizant that we need to really peg these things moving forward as we put future budgets together. Looking at sustainable spending plans and fiscal health and wellness, these are other components that go into the budget development process. We do have a budget and financial policy that is very robust. There are several things that we consider when we look at the budget and financial policy, particularly the attainment of policy level reserves in the general fund. We have a general and economic contingency reserve that's set at a minimum target of 5% of general fund expenditures. That amount is 5% as of the 15-16 budget that's being developed. We also have reduced reliance on one-time funding for ongoing expenditures, where we're looking at carryover fund balance as a component of the budget that is used on the source side and reducing the reliance on that moving forward so that we can more right-size our budget. We also have funding for infrastructure, which is one of the things mentioned in the budget and financial policy. It's actually built into the general fund budget each year. $8.3 million of discretionary money each year is built into both the capital projects and the road fund combined. And that's discretionary money. And we also have funding for the OPEB. The OPEB is funding of that OPEB, and buying down the OPEB liability is mentioned in the budget and financial policies. where your board did go back and look at the manner by which the OPEB is funded in November or December of last year, and changed the policy to basically pay that OPEB off, that $350 million ultimate liability, pay that OPEB off within a 15-year time frame, using no different funding mechanisms than your board has used in the past. It's just a different approach. So that's also discussed in the policies. And we also have the multi-year framework, where we're looking at a 5-year snapshot of exactly where the general fund and the public safety fund predominantly are going to be going in the future. When we know that the expenditures are increasing the way they are related to CalPERS and especially CalPERS retirement and CalPERS medical costs, we want to be ahead of that and get really way ahead of that in terms of long-term forecasting. General fund and public safety fund have been predominantly presented to your board in the past and will be with the final budget. But we're also going to roll in the library fund and the fire control fund as well this year, so we can get a good handle on exactly where those funds are going long-term as well. We have increased transparency that's built into the budget in terms of cost alignment. One thing we're doing this year, consistent with the phasing in approach for priority-based budgeting, is making sure costs are aligned correctly to all the departments and ultimately to the programs that are resident in those departments. With cost alignment this year, one thing that we're doing is creating 2 new internal service funds related to information technology, which is a substantial budget, and employee benefits, where we're actually taking those cost pools and distributing those cost pools on a more accurate basis to the departments based on the use of those services by the departments and the programs that they have. We also have budget right-sizing, as I mentioned, looking at the budget in terms of the expenditure side and really right-sizing that budget for exactly what those programs are costing. And in doing that, we're looking at incorporating a salary savings amount to basically offset the ongoing amount in carryover fund balance that makes up the vacant funded positions that just aren't filled throughout the year. County this size with 2,500 positions in the county can never really keep 2,500 positions filled. And as a result of that, there's always an amount that accrues to carryover fund balance. In the general fund last year, that number was between $13 and $16 million. So you can see it's a sizable amount. So to the extent we can take that and actually build it into the operating budgets on the expenditure side and reduce those operating budgets to what they are actually going to, and what we anticipate they will actually be at the end of the year, really right-sizes that budget and ultimately reduces the reliance on the carryover fund balance in the following year. And then just communication of the budget information. With this document, we really make an effort to add schedules that discuss the long-term forecasting. We add program information that's more robust this year, spotlight on critical issues, what's important to the county today, what are we thinking about, how are we approaching what we're thinking about, and then more importantly, what have our accomplishments been and how are we building on those accomplishments as we move forward with the budget process. And then finally, just a continued implementation of priority-based budgeting, and spend a little bit of time on that, so I'll wait before we go through that. Looking at some of the recent accomplishments that I mentioned, again, we have an approach to funding the unfunded actuarial accrued liabilities for the other post-employment benefits or the OPEB policy and the update to that, and your board's willingness to pay that off in 15 years as opposed to the 23 or 24-year cycle that was left on that. Commitment to transparency, communication, and employee engagement. Right now there is a considerable effort to really get information out to the employees. We've updated the MyPlacer website. We're looking at internal communications with newsletters and other information that's going out. And then we're really ramping up our PIO, the Public Information Office program, and really working to get the information out to the community on a more frequent and more real-time basis. We also have completion of the Criminal Justice Master Plan. There are certain elements in the Criminal Justice Master Plan that are slated to be started in the coming fiscal year in 15-16. We're actually building those into the budget. And as time goes on and funding becomes available, other elements of that master plan will be considered as well. We have a focus on development. Some of the accomplishments in the past this year were the approvals of the specific plans, a couple of different specific plans. And moving forward with other areas of development in the county as well, the Sunset Industrial area that you heard about just earlier today, and some of the areas up in Tahoe. So there's a continued high level of focus on development. and just a phased transition to priority-based budgeting. We made significant progress this year where we had the programs and services inventory at the outset of the fiscal year, and then HHS, the Health and Human Services Department, actually did a pilot process this year that your board heard about in April with allocating costs to those programs and actually going in and using the county's financial system to begin that process as a more or less a guinea pig for everybody else that will follow. And right now we have 6 or 7 other departments that are following that path with priority-based budgeting. Okay, now we'll shift over to just countywide budget. This is the countywide budget that's being recommended. This is the operating budget, so it does not include the internal service funds and the enterprise funds. The CEO's recommended budget for fiscal year 15-16, proposed budget is just over $803 million compared to the $797.8 million that it was for 14-15's final budget. Increase of about $5.5 million or 0.7%, so not a whole lot of change there. But when you look at the incremental budgets and the fund budgets in there, you'll see that the general fund, the public safety fund, the road fund, and the capital projects fund make up the lion's share of that operating budget. Just about 96.5% of the budget is in those 4 funds. In the general fund, there's an increase of about $14.2 million. That $14.2 million is made up of salaries and benefits increases of $5.3 million. And that $5.3 million is net of $3.3 million that is also built in as a credit on the expenditure side for that salary savings in the general fund. We have a $5.6 million increase in contribution to public safety fund, consistent with the multi-year framework model, which is just under 47% of the discretionary revenue in the general fund does go over to the public safety fund from a sustainability perspective, consistent with that model. $6.7 million increase in HHS contractual services expansion. It should be noted that the HHS net county cost, or the amount that the general fund discretionary revenues pay for HHS, is actually decreasing by $1 million in the coming fiscal year in 15-16 to $34.1 million from $35.1 million. So it's actually coming down. So those $6.7 million worth of contractual increases are actually paid for by federal and or state sources that otherwise would pay for HHS programs. And then we have a transfer out of the general fund expenditure side of about $3.4 million related to the creation of those 2 ISFs. So that actually leaves the operating budget, because including internal service funds as part of the operating budget would be double counting the budget, basically. So we're moving those into the ISFs for employee benefits and for information technology, specifically out of the general fund. Public safety fund increases by about $10.5 million. $4.7 million is the net increase to expenditures, and that does include salary savings of about $2.2 million that's built in. We have a $2.7 million increase for the jail correction and detention program, and we'll go through that when I cover the supplemental requests that are built into the budget. There's also a $2.3 million increase in the public safety fund related to the A87, or the indirect cost allocation for the jail depreciation. With the jail coming online a couple of years ago, it takes a couple of years for the A87 costs to catch up with reality. So this year we're seeing that increase as it is a couple of years after the jail has opened. There's a $500,000 increase related to probation vehicles and full-year costs. Offender services contract with the Sacramento County Office of Education. That's just updating that to a full-year cost for the coming fiscal year. And there's an additional $300,000 built in for a tactical vehicle for the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Infrastructure funds don't change by much, change by about $4.3 million decrease. Main thing in the infrastructure funds is it covers all the capital. We'll spend a lot more time on that with final budget as those budgets are trued up. But the biggest project, obviously, in the infrastructure budgets would be the sewer maintenance district regionalization project that's ongoing right now. Looking at the expenditures by function, and by function, this can be translated into the budget document as a system, more or less, where the systems cover certain activities in the county. Looking at the countywide budget by function, you can see that over half, or 57% of the countywide budget, goes towards health and human support and public protection. So it's a little bit more than half there, with public protection making up a third of the budget at $264.2 million. So I just wanted to point that out. Similarly, we can present the budget by category, which is the object level that the budget's presented at. Biggest share here for the budget goes towards salaries and benefits, just over $301.4 million, which is about 37% of the budget as a whole. Last year, it was $303.4 million at final budget. But remember that we are actually adjusting out salary savings for the coming year, and we are actually adjusting out that component related to the ISFs that are being created for information technology employee benefits. So you got to do the math to add those back to see exactly what the increase would be, which is about $11.9 million. So $11.9 million increase when you look at the total budget for the county as a whole when you include the ISFs and the enterprise funds, where that $11.9 million salary increase is related to $4 million increase in PERS year over year, $450,000 decrease for the OPEB benefit, and the goal was to keep that as close as possible when you combined the amount that was budgeted in the per allocation cost on the amortization basis the old way, and also the upfront OPEB, which was previously budgeted by departments based on their presumed use of the upfront OPEB when they hired new positions that came into the county, taking that as a combined number and actually coming up with an amount that is now in the payroll rate and getting you to a 15-year amortization cycle as opposed to a winding down 23 or 24-year amortization cycle. So $450,000 decrease there. Employee group insurance, health insurance goes up by about $2.4 million, and then core salary increases that are built into the budget for the coming year, just because they weren't built into 14-15's budget, are the salary increases that resulted last December of about $7.4 million countywide. So just a note of the operating budget's revenues and sources of funds. You can see that local taxes makes up the lion's share of those, where those local taxes are sales tax, property tax, and other taxes, $181.4 million. And then reimbursements from other governments, whether it's the state or federal government, make up a huge share of that as well, and that's related predominantly to the Health and Human Services programs. Looking at the positions that are being recommended with the proposed budget, you can see that the allocated positions goes from 2,800 with final budget 14-15 to 2,827 positions with fiscal year 15-16, an increase of about 27 positions. These allocated positions can be wholly attributed to the increase in positions in the Public Safety Fund, which I'll cover in just a sec, as they ramp up some of the activities associated with implementation of the Criminal Justice Master Plan. From a funded position perspective, you can see administrative services is going down by 63, and this is because from the general fund, and this is general fund numbers, from the general fund we're actually moving those IT positions out into the IT, Information Technology Internal Service Fund that is not part of the operating budget as a whole, but it's still part of the overall budget. So 63 positions there. We're also adding 9 positions in the Community Development Resource Agency, where those 9 positions include 7 positions that are funded at the base level, which require no new funding for the county other than an increase in revenue and or absorption of those positions within the existing base. So that's 7 positions. Those 7 positions are the surveyor assistant, a couple of building inspectors, accountant auditor, senior technical services analyst, and a community development technician. And then there's 2 new positions that are built in for Community Development Resource Agency, which include the PCCP, Placer County Conservation Plan Program Administrator, to the extent that gets up and running before the end of the year, and then also Supervising Code Enforcement Officer is built into that. Personnel, similar to Administrative Services, sees their general fund allocation of positions, general fund funded positions, going down by 15, and that again is a transfer over to the Employee Benefits Internal Service Fund, which is outside of the operating budget as a whole. Clerk Recorder and Facility Services have recommended defunding of 5 each of their positions out of the general fund. For the Clerk Recorder, this is tied to a desire to reduce reliance on the Clerk Recorder's trust funds as a mechanism to pay for salaries and benefits, given that these positions are vacant. There's a proposed reduction there in those positions and commensurate reduction in the revenue associated with those positions. Facility Services is recommending a reduction of 5 positions as well in the parks and building maintenance programs for those positions have been vacant for some time, and those functions are being accomplished elsewhere. HHS, Health and Human Services, there's a net increase in positions of 2 positions, and these are just client service specialists associated with the programs that are predominantly, if not wholly, funded by the state and or federal government. So only a two net increase, position increase there. With the Public Safety Fund, there are 5 positions that are being recommended, additional that were recommended being funded for the probation department. These are related to deputy probation officers to address caseload issues with probation and keep up with the demand for individuals that are no longer in the correctional facility but out and need that supervision level. And then with the sheriff, we have an increase of 29 FTEs, of which 25 are related to the ramping up of the full use of the South Placer Correctional Facility, where 104 beds will be added into the system and used. Those 25 positions, there's a mid-year cost associated with those positions, so it's only a half-year cost. Ultimately, full-year costs will be built into the 16-17 budget. That's 25 positions. And there's 4 positions that are being added to the sheriff's base budget, which will be absorbed within the base budget and are for administrative-related positions, no deputies or anything like that. So that's what it looks like from a position allocation and funded positions perspective with the proposed budget. Looking at the supplementals that are being recommended, that are included within the proposed budget that your board is being recommended to adopt today, are some of the considerations, actually all of the considerations that were brought before your board on May 19th as part of the challenges and choices item, where there were certain things that were presented from a priority perspective. Real quickly, what's included in the proposed budget this year is a $3.75 million addition to capital and deferred maintenance funding sustainability, where you have a $2.5 million addition for deferred maintenance in the capital projects budget. Working closely with the facilities department, they've identified a 2-year schedule of building maintenance issues that have been deferred for some time that can be caught up over that 2-year period at about $2.5 million per year. So we're recommending that. There's also $1 million built into the road fund, or transfer into the road fund from the general fund, related to street and overlay maintenance, similar to what we did in what we recommended and was approved in fiscal year 14-15, $1 million there. And then there's $250,000, which is $150,000 of new money and $100,000 in carryover money that's being recommended for trails maintenance that will be added to that budget moving forward. From an environmental sustainability perspective, $871,000 is being recommended there, and that's all related to the Placer County Conservation Plan and one-time costs associated with the completion of that plan, hopefully by the end of the year, and then ongoing costs ultimately for the funding of a Placer County PCCP program administrator once that plan is done. For the Placer County Library System, we're recommending that $400,000 in additional general fund money come over to the library fund. That $400,000 is broken up into 2 components. $200,000 is related to a fiscal sustainability component, recognizing that the library year after year is required to use a component, a considerable component of carryover fund balance and or reserves to the point where their reserves have come down to a level of $350,000 to $450,000. So we're recommending that $200,000 sustainability, fiscal sustainability funds be one-time funds, be brought over into the library system. And this doesn't increase the general fund contribution, total general fund contribution from 14-15 to 15-16 only goes up by $100,000 as a result of that because of some other things that we did with A87. The other $200,000 on top of the fiscal sustainability recommendation is for the reverse of erosion tactic that will be built into the library's budget based on their strategic plan, and giving them that $200,000 or recommending that $200,000 for purchase of materials and e-resources so that the library can get back in front of that curve that they're behind. With the Criminal Justice Master Plan implementation, we have a $3.2 million increase there. Recommendation. The up-ramping of the South Placer facility, the full phasing in of that, represents about $1.7 million for fiscal year 15-16, and will represent about $2.5 million when those full year costs come into play in fiscal year 16-17. Then we have the 5 deputy probation officers that make up about $500,000 of that. And then the full funding of the SCOE contract, or the Sacramento County Office of Education for Offender Services, is another $1 million for the Public Safety Fund. Placer County Fire Funding Sustainability. With that fund, right now, we're recommending $100,000 be allocated from the general fund towards a fire consolidation study, where we're actually looking at potential of consolidating fire services, or what that might look like countywide, working with multiple agencies, whether it's municipal jurisdictions or the fire districts themselves, and working with the county to determine exactly what may be the most efficient means and what may be the most effective means for delivering fire service from a countywide perspective, with the understanding that there are significant fiscal concerns with several of the districts moving forward. So we're recommending $100,000 for that, and that the county be the lead on that. We're also going to be recommending with the final budget, and this was discussed at Challenges and Choices. It's not built into the proposed budget, but it will be with the final budget. There were certain level of service decreases that were actually built into the fire fund this year, where it was recognized that there was a significant increase in the CAL FIRE contract, and as a result of that, we worked with CAL FIRE to determine exactly how we could balance all that out, given the multiple funding sources, including the general fund of the county, that would go to support those. Came up with a variety of funding reductions and built those into the proposed budget in total. What we'll be recommending with the CAL FIRE contract that's actually coming to your board a little bit later today, and ultimately with the final budget that will come before your board in September, will be a continuation of the Station 77 brush truck and the continuation of the overstation through the fire season, which presumably is through January, and that we add about $670,000 back to the proposed budget that will already be built into the contract that you'll be considering today when we bring that final budget back. So that's what we're recommending with the fire as we move forward. And then we're also recommending $1 million of the salary savings that's being credited to all of the departmental budgets be used for a succession, talent management, employee engagement initiative to get in front of succession planning, where that plan will be developed, and we'll work with organizational development in the county to actually put a program together that departments can use, where they will be able to overfill certain key positions to make sure that the knowledge transfer associated with somebody either leaving, retiring, leaving county service, that occurs, that knowledge transfer occurs at a high level. What's not being recommended is in that middle column. There's an environmental sustainability, $1 million there. That is for open space. That may come back with the final budget as one-time funding becomes available in carryover fund balance. And then also that $1.7 million you see there for fire funding sustainability makes up all of the cuts that were previously discussed at the Challenges and Choices workshop. Just to note that another budget that you're being asked to adopt today is the special districts budget. There are 193 special districts that are built into this budget. Total proposed budget is about $76.6 million, which is down about $41 million from fiscal year 14-15. Most of that is because of the completion of the sewer SMD3 and the partial completion of the SMD1 projects, which are lower by $33.8 million in those budgets. And then the impacts of lowering the budgets for the fire zones of benefit consistent with the fire contract. Final budget technical adjustments typically are reflected in this budget, similar to the capital budgets. There's a lot of adjustments that occur that will be brought back to you with the final budget. Just some additional budget development considerations. Again, we are continuing the phased approach to priority-based budgeting and implementing priority-based budgeting. From a communication perspective, organizational fiscal health and wellness is discussed at length in the budget document, and we do bring back to your board on several occasions a 5-year model, the 2-year model, and just indicating on exactly where we're going and where we anticipate going in the future. The budget spotlight, which is a section in the budget document itself, outlines the priorities and challenges associated with the county, and that's ongoing. We also have a refined programs and services inventory that's built into the proposed budget, where several departments have really gone in to their programs and services inventory from fiscal year 14-15 and really refined those and trying to make those as robust as possible and representative of exactly the services and programs that they provide. From a cost alignment and effectiveness gauge, alignment of cost of programs begins with the fiscal year 15-16 budget. So with the final budget that you will see on September 1st, the goal is to have HHS and the pilot departments that are participating in the cost alignment actually have their programs with a number by them that indicates from a budgetary perspective exactly what the budget for that program is, so that you can begin to get an idea of exactly what a program is costing, and then a comparative idea moving forward. And then development of program qualitative and quantitative measurement criteria, which really demonstrates the compelling public value of providing that program or service. That will begin in earnest in fiscal year 15-16 as well. Ultimately, all of this information will be tied to the county's priorities and initiatives and presented to the board as a complement to the budget process and as a gauge for looking at the budget as we move forward. Multi-year capital plan. With the budget documents this year and with the staff report that was included in the agenda packet, there's a 4-page synopsis of the capital plan. As you recall, last year we brought back to your board a bound document that actually listed all of the capital activity in the county, where we had each individual project that had a project page similar to this. That will be updated with the final budget in an effort to more or less save paper because there are so many changes that occur between proposed and final. So with the final budget, your board will receive an updated capital document that will include a fancier presentation, but a more meaningful presentation as we go through and really look at these projects as we move forward and how they can best be represented from a presentation perspective. Approach to carryover fund balance. As I mentioned, there will be considerable carryover fund balance that will accrue to the county in fiscal year 14-15 as we receive the additional monies from the state and as the final numbers come due. And then again for fiscal year 15-16 when we true up the property tax amounts that are accruing predominantly in the general fund and as a result of the multi-year model transferring to the public safety fund. From a budget and financial policy guidance perspective, those one-time funds of carryover fund balance can be used to fund reserves, any level of reserve, whether it's general reserve, economic contingency reserve, HHS unfunded mandate reserve, capital and infrastructure priorities to the extent your board desires to allocate additional funding towards road overlay or any other capital project above and beyond what's being recommended. That is covered by the budget and financial policy. And then unfunded liabilities, of course, where we're looking at the OPEB and actually getting in front of that OPEB and paying that down within that 15-year time frame. And then any other one-time or board-identified priorities for 15-16 that you may mention. Next steps. So with the development of the final budget, which will come back to your board on September 1st, 2015, again, we will add all of the technical changes that will go into the proposed budget for 15-16, which will include true up of all the carryover fund balances based on real fiscal activity, final fiscal activity. Consideration of any final budget adjustments where departments can come back and have final budget adjustments considered. Keep in mind that the departments did an outstanding job this year in recommending their budgets to the CEO's office, to the point where there really weren't a whole lot of supplemental requests as titled that weren't recommended, and where there were certain things that weren't specifically allocated as a supplemental request, there was room in the base budget to actually have those requests fulfilled. So there's not a whole lot that's outstanding out there in terms of final budget adjustments for supplementals. And then consideration of any additional carryover fund balance pursuant to board direction. We will also update the multi-year budget framework and bring that back to your board on September 1st for not just the general fund and the public safety fund, but also for the library fund and for the fire fund. And then we'll bring back the update of the multi-year capital plan. That will be that document for 15-16. That concludes my presentation on the fiscal 15-16 proposed budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Andy, for such a great report, and thank you for meeting with me yesterday to kind of clear my mind of what's going on here. Regarding the library fund, we're putting $200,000 towards new materials, and I think that's long overdue. And then the other $200,000, the sustainability. We're drawing down some reserves as well for that, for the library. Is that, it's $139,000 as well?
I believe their reserves are, the reserves that are set aside right now are, I want to say it's about $450,000. Absent that $200,000 fiscal sustainability recommendation for the library fund, the library fund would be required to generate a $339,000 carryover fund balance from 14-15 to balance their proposed budget in 15-16. What that $200,000 does is it actually reduces the reliance on that carryover fund balance to $139,000. So it creates a more sustainable picture.
All right, thank you. And then regarding the $100,000 funding for fire services consolidation, that'll be in conjunction with a municipal service review with LAFCO.
That's correct.
And hopefully they'll coincide. I think that, you know, I've been involved in fire service for almost 30 years. And I think this is probably the first time that the county has really made a commitment to take a serious look at consolidation of our fire districts. They've been, you know, having funding problems ever since Proposition 13 hit the book. So I really want to thank you and the CEO's office for adding that. That's all my comments for right now.
Okay. Any other board members have any comments on the presentation we've received on our budget? Seeing no comments by board members, any member of the public want to address the board in terms of our proposed spending priorities at this particular time? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, member of the board. My name is Lowell Jarvis, and I'm president of the Ophir Area Property Owners Association, and we are concerned about the talk of closing the Ophir Fire Station. And I'm here to ask the board to direct the staff to take the administrative actions and make the budgetary amendments that are required to keep the Ophir Fire Station open now and on a long-term basis. I have a petition here that our executive committee passed last week, and we've got a number of signatures, and we're still getting more signatures. And I just want to mention that Ophir's had a fire brigade since 1852. In 1954, they built the current station at Wise and Crater Hill Roads. They consolidated with Rock Creek in 1980. In 1993, Prop 172 passed a half-a-cent sales tax for public safety, including police and fire. Every year we pay $48 to the county for fire assessments. And then in 2012, the state of California assessed us for another $117. We're concerned that if the fire station is put out of service, that our insurance rates will really become very expensive. This year, the governor had an executive order that mandated water conservation statewide, and further mandated water districts and their customers to reduce their water use by 30%, quite a bit. So again, we're asking the board to direct staff to implement the administrative actions and budgetary amendments required to keep the Ophir Fire Station open. Thank you very much. And I have this petition, and we're still getting more signatures.
Thank you, Mr. Jarvis. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lowell.
Okay. Anybody else want to address the board on our proposed budget?
Mr. Chairman and members, I'm Michael Garabedian on this item addressing you for Friends of the North Fork. This is a follow-up to Lowell's talk, hadn't intended it to be. We're concerned about the ripple effects throughout every foot of the county, basically, if the Ophir Fire Station is not kept open for the full season. I think the budget is proposing it end maybe he said January. And this is, we really need to take care of our own under the current system we have. It has nothing to do with reorganization. That's a future thing. I believe that with a King Fire that threatened at least half a dozen of our communities when it jumped that 15 or 17 miles in one day, I think we had something like 12,000 or maybe even 15,000 firefighters come into our county to work on that from outside. We have to take care of our own. So the questions I have about this item is how much is it being kept open? Do we have a team of people working to figure out how to close that gap? I mean, I think absolutely that should be part of your direction, to do everything we can to close that gap for the full year. The county obviously has the talent. We've seen it come before you today to figure out how to get funds. So my question is, why is it that we have that cut? Well, I guess it's not exactly a cut, but why don't we have that money in the budget? Why can't we find somewhere? I'm sure there's a good reason. You know, what is the explanation? And do we have somebody, keeping that open to keep finding that money, that funds? Well, I guess some of this will come with a later item, but it's really critical that we deal with this. We have other points on that, but I think I've made the point.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to address the board at this time on this particular item? Knowing that we do still have another fire item that will be taken up in just a bit.
And you'll see me a second.
I figured as much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Morris. I'm the unit chief for the CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer Unit, the chief of Placer County Fire Department, and the Placer County Fire Warden. And I speak to you in all three of those capacities today. I want to thank the board for considering the Fire Services Consolidation Study. It's a progressive effort which I think will strengthen fire service in Placer County, whatever that'll look like. I'm asking the county to bridge the gap between the study and the implementation process. We're here in part due to the current system, and now that there is a will to alter that system, the current operational picture must be maintained until we can make the necessary identified structural adjustments. My concern is the operational effectiveness of Placer County Fire Department. Some of those operational impacts will be with the closure of Ophir. You know, when we talk about the closure of Ophir, if we bridge it up until January, I think what's happening around us is a paradigm shift. And often as paradigms change, they change around us, and if we're not looking at it, we don't notice. But we're seeing prolonged fire seasons. In fact, we're getting away from that terminology. We see 1,000 more fires since January of 2014 than what we had last year. So that could be for a variety of things, extended or prolonged drought. It could be the effects of climate change. We don't know. But all I know is we're responding to more fires. So the operational impacts to station closure, whatever time of year it may occur, you have increased commitment times for the resources that we do have. So those resources would likely be coming from the Atwood station with an increased response time from a 5-minute average in the Ophir area to a 12 to 15-minute average. And so that's less resources to deal with the problem. They're going to be stuck at scene longer, not free to go to the next call. Active dispatching could be compromised. We have a closest resource concept in Placer County, which is really innovative for the fire service, where our neighbors, our other fire districts, Auburn City, Newcastle, Penryn, all those that are near Ophir, we work together in a reciprocal nature. But when we are no longer able to reciprocate that, I wonder if that closest resource concept will break down to a more pure mutual aid, in which they may or may not decide to engage in. The other side of the coin is increased shift duration brought on by increased overtime reliance by Placer County Fire Department. So as we drop the amount of personnel in order to cover the shifts, we've got to do that with overtime, and I'm concerned about decision making and safety of personnel over prolonged periods. It might not happen right at the very beginning as we institute this, but over time it may hit there. So I'll talk for a second about the future of Placer County Fire Department. I see the future of Placer County Fire Department as a more efficient and effective firefighting force that is able to capitalize on an economy of scale. Its current structure, we cannot do that. With consistent civil service classifications throughout so that I can share resources. This will alter our staffing model while maintaining or increasing the staffing level on our equipment. CAL FIRE is a committed partner to Placer County and is proud to serve Placer County. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Other comments by members of the public before we bring this back to the board? Okay, seeing none rise, we have in front of us, is there additional discussion, Supervisor?
Yeah, regarding Chief Morris's questions and concerns, and I share those because Ophir's in my district. I think maybe when we finally get the final budget back, and it sounds positive that there may be some more resources available, and that'll be in September, I think we'll probably see what happens between now and September, and if there is additional resources available, I'd like to see that fire station continue operation throughout the year.
Okay, Supervisor Duran?
No, I don't disagree with that. I think we'll know a little bit more what the season is going to look like in September, and I think it's only fair to kind of just keep that door open.
Okay, Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, essentially, I think would say I agree with that. That I've always stated that specifically with all of our operational budget, they have to be sustainable. In this particular issue, we all know the details behind fire. We've been talking about them for quite some time. Different zones, different districts, lack of a fully coordinated model. So for me, still the final place we need to get to is a long-term permanent resolution where we know that the funding will cover the cost of operations. One comment that I heard that I think did make sense as we get towards September is that maybe a smart thing to do is look at sustaining some of these costs until such time the fire study is done. But with that, as I said before, I would hope that all the players would be committed to finding a genuine solution to all of this after all this time.
Thanks, Supervisor Wygant. All right, we have in front of us 5 separate action items. I would like to take each of them individually. So at this time, is there a motion to adopt the fiscal year 15-16 proposed budget? Motion Duran, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None, thank you. Adopt the fiscal year 15-16 proposed budgets for the lighting districts, county service area zones, and the sewer maintenance district governed by our board. Motion Duran, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. The introduction and adoption, I guess, of the ordinance amending the personnel allocations for various departments to reflect positions changes approved with the fiscal year 15-16 proposed budget. County Council?
It's the introduction.
Essentially, the introduction, and we'll have to come back subsequently for
Come
the
back to the
adoption.
second reading on
Thank you.
July 7th.
Thank you. I will correct the motion to reflect that, and that motion is made by Duran, seconded by Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And approve purchase of equipment is reflected master fixed asset list. Motion Duran, second Holmes. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, none. And finally, designate unassigned carryover fund balance from fiscal year 14-15 for the following purposes: general fund reserves pursuant to board and financial policy, infrastructure priorities pursuant to budget and financial policy, other one-time or board-identified priorities as to be considered with the fiscal year 15-16 final budget. Motion Duran, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed, none. Thank you very much. That concludes our timed items. I'm going to take a break. We'll come back around 12:30, let the board stretch our legs. When we come back, though, I want to take up the fire item as our first item so we can get you guys on your way and out to more productive things, I would hope. So we'll take up item number 15 when we come back from our break. Thank you. thank you for indulging us that much-needed opportunity to stretch our legs. We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 15. This is our CAL FIRE Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement. I believe John's going to lead the conversation today.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yep. That's fine.
Chairman Euler, board members. My name is John McEldowney with Placer County Office of Emergency Services. Today I request that your board adopt a resolution approving the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement, the CAL FIRE contract, for fiscal year 2015-16 in the amount of $9,657,936, and authorize yourself as the chairman to sign the agreement. By way of background, fire protection in unincorporated Placer County is provided by 12 fully independent fire protection districts and by the county itself through a contract with CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE provides fire protection, prevention, emergency medical services, hazardous materials, and all hazard incident response in addition to dispatch services. In terms of the current system that we have in place now, residents and businesses of the Placer County Fire area contribute directly to year-round all-hazard fire and emergency medical services over approximately 475 square miles of unincorporated county area, or roughly one-third of the county. The area served has a service population of roughly 52,000 people, and fire services provided by both full-time and volunteer firefighters. The CAL FIRE contract currently pays for approximately 60 full-time equivalent firefighters operating from 8 fully staffed stations 24 hours a day. Those stations are located across the county in Alta, Colfax, Bowman, North Auburn, Ophir, Lincoln, the Sunset Industrial Area with a casino station in Dry Creek. We also have approximately 100 volunteer firefighters who operate out of the paid stations listed above, in addition to 6 community volunteer stations located in Dutch Flat, Fowler, Page, Thermalands, and Dry Creek, and Sheridan as well. Included in the estimated $27 million in county-owned property and equipment are 60 county-owned fire engines, support vehicles, and trailers. The Placer County Fire System also provides overhead that supports all paid and volunteer fire stations. System overhead includes chief officer coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, fire prevention staff, a single heavy equipment mechanic, and also administration, procurement, communications, and facilities maintenance support. So what is Placer County getting for that? During calendar year 2014, Placer County Fire responded to 5,358 calls for service, including 3,899 calls for medical aid, of which 422 involved vehicle accidents. Now, of those vehicle accidents, vehicle extrication was required in 13 of those 422 accidents. Placer County Fire was also called to 899 fire-related calls, including structure, commercial structure, wildland smoke checks, and debris checks. There were also 98 hazardous materials calls, 8 investigations, and 457 other types of calls, including rescues and public assist as examples. Now, in terms of the fiscal impact, the fiscal year 2015-16 contract amount of $9,657,000 is increased by approximately $760,000 compared to last year's contract amount. The increase is due primarily to increased wage, benefit, and administrative rates set by CAL FIRE in Sacramento. The final fiscal year 14-15 contract amount, just by way of reference, was $8,897,472. And by the way, the general fund contribution to the fiscal year 15-16 contract is just over $1 million at $1,098,000. The 15-16 contract is fully funded in the Fire Control Fund and all other fire service zones of benefit, except for 2. For fiscal year 2015-16, the Dry Creek Fire and North Auburn Ophir Fire zones of benefit will not fully meet their respective service level costs, with ongoing revenues requiring the use of limited reserves to balance in 15-16, in fiscal year 15-16. Just a little bit more on those zones of benefit and the funding shortfalls. The North Auburn Ophir Fire zone of benefit, which is zone of benefit 193, has been severely impacted by the combination of both the increased contract costs and also the expiration of the SAFER grant, the Federal Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency
response grant. This grant provided a little over $1 million, $1,197,134 in funding over the last 2 years that allowed us to maintain fire and emergency services out of Station 182 in Ophir. With no SAFER grant funding available for fiscal year 15-16, and with increased 15-16 contract costs, the county is forced to make the very difficult decision to staff Station 182 for the first 6 months of the fiscal year only, which corresponds to the historic fire season in the area. Staffing Station 182 for 6 months only is projected to save approximately $431,000 in both contract and operations and maintenance costs. In the second half of the year, this reduction, and I think it's already been spoken to, will adversely impact the overall fire system with increased response times to the Ophir area of responsibility. But the fact is this is the very difficult fiscal situation we are confronting. With this 6-month staffing reduction, the North Auburn Ophir Fire Zone of Benefit budget is projected to end 15-16 with a revenue shortfall of just under $600,000, roughly $595,000. County staff is recommending funding for 6 months of staffing at this station through the fire season for Station 182. Moving to Dry Creek Zone of Benefit. Zone of Benefit 165 or Dry Creek is projected to have revenue shortfalls of approximately $255,000 in fiscal year 15-16. The Dry Creek budget is being balanced for 15-16 with dwindling reserves that have been accumulated over several years for contingencies and for facilities, apparatus, and equipment replacement. The big issue with Dry Creek only has one fire station already, which is minimally staffed at the 2 paid firefighter level. There is no other option available but to use reserve funding. So, pending any questions you may have for myself or for Unit Chief George Morse, I recommend approval of the resolution.
Okay. Any board Supervisor Grant?
Yeah, with Dry Creek reserve funding, what is in the reserve?
There's approximately, I want to say, projected for the end of the year, approximately $200,000, but let me double check that real quick.
You can get back to me at a later date.
Later date, okay.
Okay. Chief, any comments you'd like to add at this point?
No, my previous comments will stand. Thanks.
All right. There are no other comments from board members indicated by their lights at this time, so if there's any member of the public wants to address the board prior to us taking action, this would be the time to do so.
Good afternoon, board members. Michael Garabedian for Friends of the North Fork. As you know, we've been very concerned about fire prevention, and we think the fire prevention, we're not saying anything's wrong with the fire control, but we think that needs to rise on the county's agenda across the board as a key focus. We have, as you know, we were instrumental in supporting getting the Forest Hill Divide Fire Study. Really, our first involvement in that issue was part of the Forest Hill Divide Community Plan. It was just a first step there. And we've had 2 appeals too. One, a conditional use permit, another pending appeal before you on a subdivision in a highly fire hazardous location on a ridge, rim top. We think that there are major issues in those projects that we brought to your attention to begin to hope you will focus on fire prevention. The Forest Hill Divide Fire District, having gone to one of their meetings, I understand that the fire marshal position there is in doubt because of a funding problem. And this calls attention to the item 5 on page 448 of your agenda on this item, where there's no check in the fire code inspection, prevention, and enforcement services. And our focus of concern there is about prevention. I mean, what happens if we lose that position on Forest Hill in the fire district on Forest Hill? Well, I do believe that the unit chief is the fire marshal. Maybe they fill in on that. I don't know. So that's a question that we'll be looking into and expressing concern about. We recognize that there's a need throughout at least the planning department, if not others, for staff that are confronted with issues that are fire prevention, have some knowledge. There were 2 CAL FIRE captains placed in the planning department, and we hope there would be time for them to meet with other staff and explain fire behavior and fire prevention to them, so that, like one fire planning department person who said that Forest Hill Divide is a fire break for fire coming up out of the canyon, and things like that. So there really needs to be some understanding in the planning department, so that in CEQA documents, they for instance, reflect what's going on in terms of fire-safe planning, vegetation management, and things like that. A question I asked about the dollar store proposal on Forest Hill Divide, which don't have any opposition to, was, is the fire break activity up there going to help protect that area? Well, the planner hadn't looked into that. So this is a really critical thing. We hope this discussion here is the beginning of figuring out how to put fire prevention at the top of the county's agenda.
Thank you, sir.
And we support this contract, of course.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board prior to us taking action?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
One of the proposed cuts includes one of the fire planners, just for your edification.
Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, nobody else rising, what is the pleasure of the board on the contract? We have a motion, Holmes, second Wygant. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. All right. I guess you're done there, Chief. You guys can get on back to work. All right. So let's go ahead with our agenda. I believe we left off item 12. We just completed item 12E, and we're on to F. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Euler and board members. Twyla Abrahamson, Assistant Director of the Children's System of Care, and I'm here to present this item. On February 24th of this year, your board adopted a resolution authorizing the Sheriff's Department to receive and execute a 3-year grant award from the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, which was administered by the Board of State and Community Corrections. The 2 contract amendments being presented for your consideration today are associated with a unique opportunity for the Children's System of Care and its community partners, the Latino Leadership Council and the Native Alliance of the Sierra Nevada Foothills, to partner with County Sheriff's Department to put these state dollars to best use. These services will provide mobile, culturally supported, and trauma-informed prevention and early intervention services to community members identified by our law enforcement partners, since they are often the first to encounter families experiencing the effects of trauma. The Latino Leadership Council and Sierra Native Alliance have existing relationships with the communities in need of these services and are often the most accessible partners to deliver culturally proficient and effective services, including substance abuse services, treatment, counseling, group therapy, and community-based in-home supports. So 2 amendments are requested. The requested fiscal year 14-15 amount is $68,752 for an amended total of $666,462 between the 2 contracts. And the requested fiscal year 15-16 amount is $224,959 for an amended total of $955,144. Again, between the 2 contracts. The increase for fiscal year 14-15 is included in the department's approved fiscal budget, and the fiscal year 15-16 proposed budget included $758,700 already, so the additional requested expenditure of $196,444 will be included in a final budget adjustment. These services are entirely funded by state and federal funds. No county general funds are required. So thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we're looking at an inconsistency, I think, between what was in the staff report and what was in
The board memo has it separately, so I combined the two. So if you look at the two amendments for LLC and SNA for 1415, those totals together represent my numbers that I'm giving you. What you have in the board memo is those two figures listed separately.
Okay.
So for ease, we can go back to what you have, which has, so the contracts for $68,752 for an amended contract total of $666.
That's what I'm focused on. And as long as we have the consistency between
Yes.
the action requested in the staff report and what was noticed, that was my concern.
Yes.
So we have the agenda summary, which is what we noticed, and the action requested, the 3 different items requested in the staff report, at least those 2 tie together.
The two are tied together, that's correct.
Okay. Pardon me. All right, so we're being asked to approve First Amendment to contract CN 05680 with Latino Leadership Council, as well as approve the First Amendment contract CN 005688 with the Native Alliance of the Sierra Foothills, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the resulting amendments. Do we have a motion? Motion Holmes and second Duran. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And item G, Human Services Policy Revision. Push the little button in front of you.
Is
Oh,
that it?
look, they took care of it.
Am I good now?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have 3 items to present today. The first one deals with a revision to the Placer County Medical Care Services Program. And what we are looking for is to adopt the revised policy, including the revised notice and hearing procedures. This policy hasn't been updated in a while. In fact, it's been since 1988. And what really kind of pushed us forward on this one was really trying to get this in alignment with the Affordable Care Act, because this has completely changed how this program works. So in the past, as you know, the county was responsible for providing health care to medically indigent program-eligible adults. And there was an interim step where they moved, they think they had about 3,200 people enrolled into that program, moved them into a low-income health program, and that was in about August 2012. And then, of course, Affordable Care came along, and at that time, in January 2014, we migrated 4,400 people into the Medi-Cal program. And what has happened in the year and a half since then is it's resulted in absolutely nobody in the medical care services program. But yet we do need to update that policy, because there could be a potential for somebody to fall between the cracks, although, and running this program for a year and a half now, that hasn't happened. But nonetheless, it's incumbent on us to update this policy to reflect how that works at this point, which is, it involved actually only 2 changes to the policy, and that was in terms of the income thresholds to really align them with Affordable Care Act. We've been at 100% of federal poverty level. We've moved up to 138% for one group. You could be eligible between 138, 139, and 185%. That's when you would qualify for Medi-Cal. You would move into the advanced premium tax credit program. But nonetheless, we've been able to work this out where actually it's been at no cost to the county. So we have increased the income thresholds and also kind of updated the property limits as well, because they were pretty antiquated being back in 1988 to align with other programs. And to exempt a car and raise the income, the property threshold from $650 to $2,000. So those are the changes that we've made. We've worked all through this process with Legal Services of Northern California, and we think that this is a good thing to do because we really need to have the policy reflect what is actually happening. There is no projected cost or increase in cost to the county, and the program has been actually working well.
All right. Questions by board members? Any members of the public? Okay, pleasure of the board. A motion, Holmes, second Duran. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move on to item H.
Okay. And this deals with a contract with the Placer County Office of Education. We contract with them for Stage 1 child care services. And in this action, we're looking for three things. One, to approve an amendment to the current contract with them to increase it by $250,000, which is fully covered by federal and state funding. And I will explain how that happened in just a little bit. We also need to approve the budget revision to go along with that for the current the 2014-15 year. And we need to approve I would ask approval to increase the contract for 2015-2016 additionally by the same amount, $250,000. So what necessitated this increase in the child care was actually kind of a good thing, is that we've really focused on engaging our CalWORKS recipients in employment, subsidized, unsubsidized, in really pushing towards engaging them in employment. And part of that was motivated a little bit by the potential for a sanction on that front at the state level. They have a federal requirement for a work participation rate of 50%. The state was well under that, has been for years, and is facing a significant fiscal sanction. However, the understanding with the federal government is if we're able to reach the 50% threshold in this year, that with those past misdeeds, I guess, will be behind us. So everybody is really working hard to improve our engagement. I think Placer County has been more successful than most on this. We have our what they call the WPR was kind of in the teens, and we've more than doubled it to 40%, and last month we were at 50%. And so we are in good shape on this, but it has necessitated more child care, and the state does fund that. So that's why we had an increase in need during this year, but it was actually a good thing because we're getting people into jobs.
Okay. All right, questions by board members? I see none. Any member of the public? All right, pleasure of the board on this item. Motion, Holmes, second by Duran. As this includes a budget revision, we'll have a roll call, please.
Holmes, Duran, Weigand, Euler.
Aye. Thank you. Item I.
All right, last one from us today. This would be, we have to apply for a grant through the California Department of Public Health and for the funding for the next 3 years and a potential extension year. So we have to first start by applying for that grant, and then when approved, come back, and we would like to also be authorized to execute the grant agreement when approved for that amount. So it's about $1.1 million a year that they fund, and it is all federally funded program. So that is what we're looking for. We'd like for the director to be able to sign that agreement, and also any subsequent amendments up to 10%. A little bit of background about the program. It serves the Women, Infants, and Children's program, serves pregnant women, new mothers, infants, young children up to age 5. They do a lot of nutritional education. They have access to about $2 million worth of healthy food from local grocers with program-issued vouchers. They do a lot of nutrition education. It's said that the Placer County WIC program returns about let's see here, over $2 million to the local grocery stores. And in addition to the vouchers, it ends up about $3.2 million to Placer County. So it accomplishes a lot of good things, and we'd like to be able to have you authorize that grant application and then sign the agreement when awarded.
All right. Seeing no questions here and no members of the public rising, what's the pleasure of the board? We have motion, Holmes, second Duran. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? None? Thank you so much. And moving on to Jake.
Chairman Euler, members of the board, Joe Arseneth, Program Manager in the Public Health Division, sitting in for Dr. Oldham today. Along with me is Susan Farrington, the Executive Director for the Sierra Foothill AIDS Foundation. We're here today to request two things. The first is to approve a third amendment to Contract 720-7500-1315-706 with the County of Sacramento to accept funds for the Ryan White Comprehensive AIDS Resources Emergency Act. This will increase the total compensation by $497,913 and extend the contract by 3 years for the cumulative period of July 1st, 2012 through June 30th, 2018. Second action requested is to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment and subsequent amendments up to 10% of the total contract amount, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work. The Ryan White Care Act provides federal funding for direct services to people living with HIV disease. These services include case management, support for basic needs, support of access to high-quality health care services. The County of Sacramento serves as the fiscal agent for these funds for the Sacramento region. Placer County works with regional counties to assess the needs of residents affected by HIV/AIDS, ensure a continuum of quality care, and plan the efficient utilization of funds. Placer County subcontracts these funds to the Sierra Foothill AIDS Foundation, which delivers the direct services to approximately 100 clients per year. Specific services provided by Sierra Foothill AIDS Foundation include attendant care, transportation and assistance to medical care, food vouchers, assistance with rent and utility payments to prevent homelessness, and accessing community resources such as AT&T Universal Lifeline telephone rates, Social Security benefits, food stamps, food banks, health insurance continuation, and medical assistance through the state's AIDS Drug Assistance Program. The real benefit here is that these services allow individuals with HIV/AIDS to live in the least restrictive, most cost-effective environment while receiving necessary medical care. From a fiscal impact standpoint, this amendment will increase contract expenditures by $497,913 to a new contract total of $903,341,000. The increase of $165,971 is included in the proposed budget for the department for the fiscal year 2015-16. The contract increase and total contract amounts are entirely funded by the Ryan White Comprehensive AIDS Resource Emergency Act. Any questions?
Questions by board members? I don't see any. Any member of the public? I don't see any. Therefore, what is the pleasure of the board? Motion Holmes, second Duran. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? All right, thank you so much. We'll move on to...
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
I apologize. I should have brought this request under the discussion at the budget. Under public comment, the chair of the Gathering Inn came forward requesting some emergency funding to keep their resource center in Roseville open. And I would like to, I don't know if this is kosher, but I would like to request $50,000 of emergency funding for the Gathering Inn to keep their resource center open through the summer, because it's a very valuable asset to the community. It will keep people off the streets during the day, and those people may end up in Auburn. So anyhow, I don't know if that's proper to go ahead and do that at this time.
Well, let council speak to any action we might be able to take right now, given there not having been any new.
If we can have Jeff come up and kind of talk about that situation, that might clear up what, so we don't have to go there.
Well, because it would require a
Right.
fourth of an emergency to place it on the agenda.
Right.
Right.
Well, we certainly recognize, Jeff Brown, your Director of Health and Human Services, we certainly recognize the need. This is the first year that the Gathering Inn applied for ESG funding from HUD, and HUD declined to fund all 4 proposals from our regional continuum of care. So 3 of the 4 proposals were funded. This one was not. So it's certainly a service that's well utilized. And just trying to think about the mechanism, realizing that they have an immediate emergency and they need to put something in place as of July 1st, or those services will go away.
So is Health and Human Services kind of going through and taking a look at what you could or what you couldn't do?
Yeah, on a one-time only basis, we could certainly, we're running out of time this year, but we certainly have carryover funding that will be returning to the general fund. We could certainly look at how fast we could try to execute some type of emergency contract if your board decided to direct us to do that.
Well, if memory serves, both Supervisor Montgomery and Duran have historically committed their revenue sharing funds to Health and Human Services, and combined that's $40,000. And since we're looking at a new budget year, perhaps that might be a source for you guys to consider.
Yes, we could certainly look at that.
Okay.
So it's amazing how those numbers just come very close to matching.
Come very close.
So is it appropriate to make a motion to?
I don't think we can entertain a motion right at this moment.
And I don't think we need a motion if the discretionary funds have already been put in place.
If they have the authority internally to work this out, I think that's good. I think they've heard some interest of the board to provide that. Certainly be more than happy to bring an item back for additional discussion, work with County Council and CEO's office to get this back in front of the board to have it codified, if that's your pleasure.
Well, it's important to get it done before our next board meeting, because they're going to close their doors on July.
Yeah, let me meet with our fiscal people, and
Yeah.
we'll try to find the most expeditious way of enacting an agreement.
And if it needs to come back to the board can always call a special meeting for that purpose.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for not bringing it up during the budget hearing. Thank you,
All right,
Jeff.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Going back, we had just finished with J, correct? We did have, we got our motion and our second, and we approved it. And we're moving on to item 13, our contract with Koinonia for Crisis Resolution Center Services.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Honorable Board. David McManus, Assistant Chief Probation Officer, and I'll make this quick. I'm here today to ask the Board to authorize a contract renewal with Koinonia Family Services to provide an array of comprehensive services to at-risk youth and families in Placer County. This contract renewal would allow Koinonia to provide emergency shelter and intervention services through the Crisis Resolution Center, CRC, which it's done for our community since 2001. These services, which are at no cost to the families utilizing them, provide crucial support during crisis in order to strengthen family dynamics and avoid the need for juveniles and families to enter into the delinquency and dependency systems. Services include residential care, individual and family counseling, educational support, therapeutic activities, conflict interventions, respite for parents, and referrals to other community supports. The Crisis Resolution Center provides a 24-hour call center, which has been proven to lessen the impact on law enforcement dispatch, children's system of care, and juvenile probation. In fact, the call center received over 3,000 calls last fiscal year. Also during that year, the CRC housed 90 minors and provided 350 hours of ancillary services, including family counseling, teen counseling, and crisis intervention. Outcomes from the CRC are tracked and indicate that of the 90 youth served residentially last year, only 5 later impacted the juvenile delinquency system formally. It's clear this program, along with collaboration between HHS and probation, has diverted children and families away from costly county interventions by helping them be successful and self-sufficient. I'm also happy to say that earlier this month, the CRC received the 2015 Achievement Award from the National Association of Counties, which recognizes county innovation nationwide. This contract approval will allow the program to operate from July 1, 2015 through June 30th, 2016 at a cost not to exceed $616,000 with 2 additional 1-year renewals limited to a 10% overall increase. This contract will not require general fund monies as the probation department receives revenues from the state as part of the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. Additionally, the plan for the county use of these state revenues are reviewed and approved annually by the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, which approved this plan coming forth to your board. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting the board authorize renewal of this contract, allowing these important services to continue in our community. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Questions by board members or staff or anybody else? Nope. Seeing none, members of the public. Motion Duran, second Holmes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our last 2 items are annual updates to our contract for providing sheriff services or law enforcement services for both Loomis and Colfax. Other than the annual adjustments to cover our costs, is there anything the board needs to know about before we consider action on these items?
Absolutely not. If you don't have any questions,
Any board
then we
members-
can move
any
forward.
Board members have any questions? Seeing none, do we have a motion? All right, motion Holmes, second by Duran to continue to provide services to Loomis and Colfax. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you very much. That was the best report we've heard all day. You betcha. Okay, we got a couple closed session items, and so Jerry, if you would, please.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to discuss for a conference with legal counsel on 3 matters of existing litigation of the 4 that are listed. The board will discuss City of Albany versus County of Placer, Robert Fisher versus Edward Bonner, and Exclusive Resorts versus Board of Supervisors. The FERC Commission proceedings will not be subject of discussion today. And 1 matter of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 potential case.
All righty, thank you. We'll come back and report out when it warrants.
The board has returned from a closed session conference with legal counsel in the 3 litigation items, the City of Auburn, Robert Fisher, and exclusive resorts items. The board heard a report from counsel and gave direction to counsel. The last item listed, Federal Energy Commission, Regulatory Commission proceedings, was not discussed as noted in the report out. And under anticipated litigation, the board heard a report and gave direction to counsel.
All right, there being no other items before the board on this, the 16th of June, we are adjourned until our scheduled meeting on July 7th. Thank you very much.